Hello. What the hell? Hello. Welcome back. We are last session for the year, everyone. Anyone that might be watching, we'll be back after New Year's, week after. I think that's about the 6th of January. I'll have to check it.
It is, yeah.
So, no sponsorship messages. We're not that sort of stream, even though Ed was talking about that for a while.
Well, I said it would be happening once I got everything sorted with that. So come New Year, new stream, money.
Okay. Yay. Anyway, bringing it into last week, we had a interesting session with the Taylor there, where our intrepid engineer, our what the hell are you called again? Tanya, anyway, discovered a peephole, noticed out of the corner of her eye, and queried it. And when asking, the general fitting session went well, but she asked the question about the peepholes to Roger St. James, head tailor, and she felt a presence, an attempt to change something or a touch in her mind, the grip of magic slipping off, to which she took great offence, grabbing him by the collar, only to be proceeded to be slammed onto the floor. When that didn't work, Roger St. James, through the medium of Varys, took a different tact, buying her silence with a robe of many items, many useful items.
Yes. My item slot is my item screen is very cluttered.
Yes. Jadis spent the day with her troop, spending a lot of Varys' uncle's money, of House Gillison's money.
Yep.
And the Bards Guild, obviously, because it's a half-half deal from the negotiations there. Due to, after a series of roll-offs between myself and Varys. And he rolled ridiculously well. I think there was, 2 nat 20s and a 19 in there?
Oh, I think I wrote it down, actually. I think I wrote it down because I wanted
Pretty sure there's 2 nat 20s and a 19. Yeah, unfortunately, one of those nat 20s lost because I finally rolled a bit better with Silver's stats, and being such a high-level bard, his charisma bonuses are through the roof.
2 20s and a 19, yeah.
Yeah. Which brought us to the inquiries that Colwyn and Golda set about making. Travelling to the customs office first down by the wave gate. They found out what they could about the attack site, the site of the attack, and also from there they hedged their bets, thinking about the going to the docks, talking to someone there, Gulda taking the lead there with his sailor background, talking to, I think it was Greg Orson. If any of you remember that name?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
He's one of the characters we created back when we first created this world. Captain of the River Sorrow.
Oh, that's
one of
it.
your characters, yeah.
Yeah. That's been a while.
Yeah. And he showed Gulda his crystal arcanum core, which is what drove the boat, and Gulda warned him about those have been getting stolen. And they talked, and he said one of the last trips he had coming back this way in the last several months was with another dwarf by the name of Oleg Darkfist, who was an exile from the clan, and Gulda was very angry that he was using his name, using the clan name still.
Traitor.
From there, after much talking and a bit of haggling about moving the troop via barge with the River Song and between the River Song and the barge of his business partner, who I can't remember the name of at the moment. Don't worry about it. I'll pull it up later. I'm going to get through this. They proceeded to the Dirty Trumpet, a dive bar down on the riverside, where Colwyn ran into a young card player by the name of Kitty, who happened to be the twin sister of Jack of all trade, or as we'll call him from here, Jack. And she gave him a bit more information, and they, setting out, they talked to the beggars, talked to the street urchins, and managed to track down a warehouse and a certain dwarf, who it seems was, Vernon Nichols. Thanks, Tris. Like I said, I didn't want to interrupt it. Oleg, and sneaking into this warehouse, breaking into this warehouse, sorry, they were discovered by dogs because dwarves going clank, 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 clump, 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 in spite of halflings' best attempts to be, invisible. Which raised a ruckus of barking and growling and warned the people hiding out in that warehouse that there was someone breaking in. After murdering poor pooches, we had a dwarf stick his head out of a window on the second story, take a pot shot at Gulda, abuse him, and then shout out that it's time to leave. Racing to the top of the stairs, they found that it was, to all intents and purposes, empty, that whoever had been there had vanished. They did, however, recover the stolen object, and on inspection discovered that majority of the warehouse and some of the materials was basically very rich clothing and cloth. Sorry, exiting the building, Colwyn with said object to return to Jack, discovered Roger St. James of the Crown's Guard demanding to know what the hell they'd been doing in his warehouse.
Yeah. Whoops.
Fast thinking, fast talking, they managed to get their way out and discovered that Oleg was actually a crownsman from Summerford, working directly for Baron Cedric Carnell. How much Baron Carnell has to do with whatever Oleg's doing there, we don't know, but Oleg is, to all intents and purposes, seems to be a rogue agent. And that's where we left off basically last week, I believe.
Yes,
Bit of
it
a long,
was.
drawn out one. On top, last thing is Lord wasted a spell scroll from his robe to read a book that, it's like, whatever.
She was curious.
Yeah. Right. So let's.
It looks interesting,
pick
but
it up.
don't read it filled with dwarven porn.
Smut.
Very well porn. Anyway.
Yes, it was written in Sylvan, not Dwarven.
That's where we'll pick it up.
I think we were going to nip and see Jack and talk to him.
From my understanding, Colwyn's still out there just finished talking to
the Kingsman.
Roger St. James, the Kingsman. Who were they? Yeah. Never heard of that.
No.
The Crownsman.
Thank you.
And he's He goes inside to check out the building to make sure nothing's missing. Goes over, looks around. Well, looks like I'm going to have to get someone in here to do a stock take to check, make sure nothing's missing. You were still upstairs, I think, at this point, Golda. Or did you come down with?
No, I think we were, once we'd got sorted out and we'd had a chat with him, and I offered to sort of like anything he needs to.
Oh right,
help.
yeah, you were like, yep.
I offered because it's Oleg. I offered to sort of like team up with him and find out what the bloody hell Oleg was doing and whether the Baron was doing stuff, because it's mutual interest. You know, I've no interest in joining the Crownsmen, but I've every interest in finding Oleg and cutting his arms and legs off.
Such violence.
Yeah. He's bringing dishonour on the clan. He deserves everything he gets.
Don't piss a dwarf off, people.
Hell no.
Anyway.
But yeah, we'd sort of like come down, and I think Roger was about to start cleaning up. We did apologise for his dogs.
Well, that's all you can really do at that juncture.
Well, I had cut one of them in two, to be fair. So.
He did ask us about that, though, as well, I believe. Anyway, he goes in, he looks at the door. He pulls out a stone from his pocket, holds it up to his mouth. Jacob, can you send a carpenter around to our warehouse down by the docks, please? The doors needs to be replaced. Cocks his head, listening. As soon as possible. I can't stand here all day. If you'd organise a body to come down and watch the doors and keep it safe until they get here. He looks over at you and goes, anyway, if there's nothing that you need from me, I'll bid you good day, sir. Sirs.
Right.
I'd say have a lovely day, but it's not been like that so far, so stay safe.
I'll endeavour to do my best.
Right, come on, Colin. We've got somewhere to be.
He kind of nods, bows, and kind of backs off, and doesn't say anything until they're about a street or two away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how long it's going to be before he figures out what's missing. I need to send a message.
Well, I suggest that we go visit Jack, because it might be the safest place at this point in time.
I visit Jack, and he's got eyes on us. I'm bringing down wrath and fury to a place where it doesn't belong.
Well, but I'm sure you can sneak off as I'm sort of distracting people. I can make my way back to the hotel by myself, and you can sort your business out.
I've got my own thing to get done.
Right, cool.
He looks around for a street urchin or a beggar.
It's not hard to find one. You are in the riverside still, and it is a poorer district of a fairly large city. Small,
Okay.
Human boy, sandy haired, freckles on his face, looks up, blue eyes. Got a cup of there, Governor.
Got a silver for you if you'll deliver a message.
Holds out his hand. What's the message?
I want you to go to the butchers in the district. I want you to tell them I've got the roast in, but the mother-in-law's around. So if they want to meet us halfway, that might be the best way to have Christmas.
Should I let the boss know?
So he's understanding the thief's cant.
Yeah. So you want to let the boss know that you're not going to be in to work because Christmas dinner and the mother-in-law causing issues.
Well, she gets her eyes everywhere. And I'd rather not cause drama. Yeah. I think we're on the same page. It says proffering the silver.
Holds out his hand. The coin disappears almost immediately as soon as it touches his hand. Sounds to me like you should have a relaxing pint down at the Trumpet. Maybe a few cards. Runs off.
Hey, now that kid's making a lot of sense. Shall we?
Why not?
Hey, it's not been a bad day as such. Not perfect, but aye, a good pint, I think, sounds like a good idea. Well, I think I'm going to hold off the food in that place, if you don't mind.
So,
I'm just
Yep.
going to say, I believe you went down the Trump. I believe you were in the Trumpet, and we described the piss as, and we described the
ale is piss water.
the ale as piss water.
As
Very
weak
bad.
yeah. It's a dive bar, man. It's to be expected.
Yeah.
We managed to find some palatable ale.
You bloody
Kitty's mate, so-
intimidated the poor red dragonborn buddy barkeep into giving you his best stock.
Well, hi. You don't want to piss off a crazy barbarian, do you?
Well,
now?
it wasn't so much you as it was who you were talking to at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So you make your way down to the Trumpet, and again, same crowd in there. Card players are gone. The Kitty, the men that she was talking to, are no longer there. That table is free. If you'd like to sit there, there are several other tables around.
I think Calder probably just wanders up to the barman and just goes, a couple of beers and the decent one.
He looks at you, glances over to the empty table. Bring him right over, so if you'd like. Or bring,
Right, okay.
make you any food, anything else.
No, just a nice beer.
Pulls you a couple of beers, slides them across. That'll be how much is the ale? I don't even know how much.
I'll sniff the ale to make sure.
It's actually better stock.
Yeah, good. I'd slide him a silver across just to.
He grabs it. He pockets it pretty quickly. And you sit down, obviously keeping an eye on the room and waiting. And before long, a familiar figure saunters into the bar, turns to you, comes over and sits down in her chair.
Hey, if it isn't the lovely lady herself.
Looks at Colwyn. Mother-in-law's. Any idea? Have you seen anything?
Just because I haven't seen anything doesn't.
Make a perception check.
Damn it.
Just because I haven't seen anything doesn't mean they ain't there.
Fair call. Fair call.
I'd rather err on the side of caution. To be honest, I was a bit nervous about even coming here as innocent as it is.
There's no proof you've got anything on you, and as far as I know, no one is aware that the package was being carried with that caravan.
As long as they didn't have any inventory, but something like this, I'd rather be as thorough as possible given the circumstances.
Fair. So you'll need somewhere to drop off the delivery then, I guess.
If that's acceptable given the circumstances. I somehow doubt if someone walked out of here having won it in a card game, that would hold much water.
She goes, hey, follow me. She walks over to Bailey, rubs her fingers onto the knuckles on the bar. I'm going to have a private meeting with these gents in my office. He nods and she leads you into the back area. Goes to one of the big kegs, fills up half of, the ones that are actually taller than a person.
Yep.
Yeah. You might even call it a buttload.
Oh dear.
Oh, God.
Really?
Though there are serious measurements when it comes to having things in casks, and one of them is a butt.
Yep.
No, he's right. So there's several of these in the room. Goes up to the one in the middle, does something that you can't see to the front of it, and it swings open, revealing that it's empty and leads you into it.
Follow?
Down a series of ladders and into the sewers, and as you get down, she looks at you and goes, I'm going to have to blindfold you.
As needed.
Well, sensible precaution. Go on.
Pulls out a dark cloth. Close your eyes and you feel a hand on your shoulder as she guides you forward.
Mhm.
Several minutes later, a hand reaches out, touches yours, and guides it up to touch the cold metal rungs of another ladder.
Mhm.
Make your way up into a room. Colin, you're led to a seat and told to sit there. Golda, you are led from the room where a
Beer
pair of
still in hand.
strong hands guide you to a chair. They leave your blindfold on, and you hear at the door that you just came through close behind you.
I'll just carry on drinking me beer. He understands the precaution.
You hear a voice, Colin. Right, you can take that off then. Take your blindfold off, Colin, and you see Kitty there sitting in the same chair that Jack was in. You look around and you see that Jack's not present, but she is, and she's handling this at this point. So you got my present there, I imagine.
He pulls the box out of his jerkin. Shakes it, as he had the first time to ensure that...
You see her face go pale as you shake it. Please be gentle.
Not hard, but yeah, just enough to improve his... It's just... Sorry. Force of habit.
Yeah.
And I
She
was never
gently
told...
reaches out and takes it from your hands, puts it on the table. It's nothing dangerous. It's just delicate. and extremely expensive. She looks again at Shaw Emil and goes, "Have you had any thoughts on that? Just because we're thieves doesn't mean we don't serve the goddess."
Well, to be honest, I haven't really had much of a chance. The job's been at the forefront of my mind, necessity and all of that. I think once I've had a moment to catch my breath, I would be amenable to a longer conversation.
Well, if you got any questions, my door's always open.
Sure. Although, if you see something coming before I don't, a heads up would be appreciated.
Oh, we look out for our own as much as we can. And she looks at, gently rests her hand on the package. You've got a lot of goodwill at the moment after this.
I get the job done.
That's what got you into trouble in the first place.
Well, what can I say? You can't work in this area of expertise without drawing a little heat now and again. Although I get the feeling that this particular interaction was much more than anyone involved in expected.
What do you mean by that?
He proceeds to mention the owner of the warehouse where it was found. The fact that
When you mentioned it was owned by the crownsman, she goes pale.
now, do you see why I wanted the dead drop? And why I didn't want to just come waltzing back with it at your feet?
Wait, who? What? They were hiding out in a crownsman's safe house, is what you're telling me.
So it appeared. Apparently, the gentleman in question had no knowledge of his activities, and that he had, what's the word? Carte blanche for doing his work, given his station, and his ties to Carnal.
That doesn't make sense. We operate across the... But there's too much agency rivalry between Summerford and Rivers Meat. She frowns.
Unless, of course, and he's looking distinctly uncomfortable. They've got a rogue agent, or worse, a rogue aristo. Angry men do stupid things. Smart men do stupid things.
I need to talk to Jack, and we may need to reach out to the knight in shining silks.
Oh, darkness below. He's just distinctly uncomfortable that there's no kind of control or anything here. This day just keeps getting better and better.
Smiles at you. Don't be scared. Don't make yourself scarce. We may have further work for you. We'll be in touch. And
I know, but just so we're all on the same page, you do know that I am working with the group, kind of, I hasten to add, sort of unofficial head for it, that is hunting down something that is stealing artifacts, that is powering metal men, and nearly rolled the Cartographers Guild.
Someone really... What?
Well, it's nice to know that I'm not completely behind the times. Yeah.
That...
Proceeds to fill them in on the events since he'd met the various members of the team. Adventure, discovery, and things getting worse and worse and worse. For a given value of worse. They've also gotten better, but also...
I need to talk to Jack, but if you need anything, we don't do a lot of research. The magic bit is a bit beyond us, but we do have connections to get you into places where you can get this if you need it. What do you
appreciated.
need? What do you need? This sounds ominous, to say the least.
Yeah. That I'll need to get the right information to be able to ask the right kind of questions with my people. Once I've got that, I'll reach out, request it, try and keep eyes open as best we can, and try not to make any unnecessary trouble.
Trying unnecessary important words there.
She
Yes.
looks at you and goes, some trouble is necessary sometimes, so...
Sometimes it's unavoidable.
The goddess does love chaos.
Well, it's easier to move in shadow when the flames draw them long.
Slow and low. Anyway,
if you'd be kind enough to see us out.
She looks at you and goes, I don't think you need to go back to the trumpet unless you want to keep up consistency. You were already seen going into the back room to talk to me. No one at all will be surprised if you just appear somewhere else. The trumpet's no secret that we own it.
I'd rather not have an eye see me come out somewhere else, report that back, and they find a hidden entrance or exit.
That's fair enough. She gets up and you goes back in, opens the door. Lads, bring him, take him back to the trumpet through the low road, and this one as well. Keep his eyes clear. The dwarf walks in darkness, so...
Aye, no problem. Oh, I finished the beer, by the way.
I'll get you a fresh one when we get in, don't you worry.
We'll go back to the proper place so we can have a decent bloody ale.
You're led back to the ladder. Down you go, and someone, whoever it is, leads you up. Again, you feel that your hands placed on the ladder. Up you go, blind. Colin, you are left to see the route, and as a gesture of appreciation and respect for what you've done.
Oh, wow.
As a member of the Thieves Guild, they've figured since you're going to be operating here for an indeterminate time, she's obviously thought that you could be required to know this.
Hell, I'm a dwarf underground. I'm fine.
You could probably smell where you've been.
Yeah, I'm humming hi ho. as I walk along, quite happy.
Oh God.
So you get back to the trumpet, and Blindfeld's taken off. The cask closes behind you, and you're free to go back into the common room, spend some time.
Thank you
Head back.
kindly, gents. Well guided there. Come on then, Colin. I think we should probably wander off and just sightsee our way back to our lodgings. Get some decent food and drink.
I couldn't agree more.
Good morning's work, I believe.
The lodgings are called the Opulent Rose, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, well,
Oh.
that rose will smell quite a bit sweeter.
And we can call it there for us. Thanks for your patience, guys.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
So,
I'm eating pizza.
okay, I'll leave you be. I was about to change scenes to you then. Tanya,
Mm-hmm.
Varys, you were left there quietly reading. You were up in the thing, digitinkering, change your musket over to be more of a rifle.
Yes.
Was there anything that you guys wanted to do?
Well,
I'm just going to nip for a bio break. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Back in a bit.
From I think we ended it where she went back down, met up with Varys, and had a
And you
very
did a bit of a book read.
disappointing discovery of a book. So yeah, no, she's just sitting there nipping at her ale, kind of annoyed of her misusage of a spell scroll, just like quietly muttering to herself in annoyance, just like waiting for anything interesting to happen, really, like just to get her mind off of her old stupidness.
Tanya, Tanya, do you fancy a trip to the library? I mean, I'm sure there's a library somewhere around here. I mean, love to do a little more research on some stuff.
Yeah. What time is it?
About midday, you've just had lunch.
Okay.
Or you were just sitting down to lunch, I think, last session.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that sounds good. We can do that.
At this point, I go up to the bartender and say, is there a library in town where we can browse like history and stuff?
The innkeeper, Ben Savas, is cleaning a mug, just wiping down the bar, general housekeeping. Thinks for a moment, looks up. There is a few years ago, maybe just after the Dark Ascension, good King Graceborn, Morn, he established a research institute here called the High Side Athenium. He said that there was a lot of things that they didn't know about, that they needed more information was required. I'd say that'd probably be a good place for any research.
Oh. I do like research.
Well, it seems like the other guys have got the other guys are off doing their own things. So, yeah.
All right, let's head out then.
So you're given directions by Ben, and without too much effort, you find your way to a building finished in white stone, large, well put together, square, sturdy, but solid but decorative. Simple. Proceeding forward, you find large wooden doors open.
Oh, the doors are
And
open?
at the moment, and above them is written in what languages do you guys speak?
Common and Dwarvish.
Yep, Triss.
Common, Dwarvish, Sylvan, Draconian?
You speak Draconic or Draconic?
Draconic, yeah.
This is written in Draconic. Actually, no, it's not. You don't understand it. Sorry, it wasn't Draconic.
Proficiency in language is what I've got.
I thought you knew something else, but yeah.
Yeah. Apparently I've got common, draconic, dwarvish, elvish, sylvan.
Yeah.
So.
It's fancy. It's flowing, but you don't understand it. You see in there a man sitting at a table towards the front of the building, shelves upon shelves, several rooms to either side, doors, a second balcony level up higher with scholars sitting, reading, making notes. This person in front of you. You hadn't noticed at first, but they're a bronze dragonborn. Glasses, scales kind of faded. You get a sense of age. As you approach, they look up with you, tired green eyes. Greetings to, welcome to the Athenium, sir, ma'am. How may we assist?
Can I do a little role play on the prior to this quickly?
Yeah.
It's interesting because all right, it's interesting because as Forrest is walking along with Tanya, he says, "You know, I'm a little bit fussed. I mean, I'm told the Kingsman, I'm told the Crownsmen are the best tailors, but when I look at what he gave you as a gift, I'm either insulted or worried about the quality, because I mean it's nice fabric, but the patches all over it, that's just."
She kind of like waves her hand a bit at him, like up and down, like almost like fanning the ear, kind of like. Don't you worry about that. This is very fine work, I promise you.
Okay, but I just didn't expect to see them. The patches just seem to make it low quality, or
Oh, the fabric is very good quality.
And so you're saying it's some kind of new eclectic fashion, then?
Well, I mean, these patches, they're not really there to hide any damages or tears in the fabric, if that's what you're wondering. It's not like it's patched to fix anything.
As a note, Faris, you were there when she pulled one of them off and turned it into a scroll to read the book.
I was. All right.
It happened right in front of you.
Oh, I don't know if I. All right.
You might not have been paying attention. We'll just go with that.
All right.
Yeah.
So, right. But I did see you, like, apparently they put like a scroll on one of them. So yeah, it just seems rather eclectic to me. Because
Oh, well, it's. Do you remember I asked for something utilitarian when we were at the tailor shop?
not really.
No,
But
well, I've definitely got something very utilitarian.
Yes, a fine cloak with scrolls sewn onto it. So, I suppose if it works for your if it works for you magic types, then who am I to?
You're in for a treat.
Do they have? Is there 1 meter cake? and that point,
She raises her hand to her forehead, rubs it, and like, this guy.
As far as that goes, I don't know what it is. Nobody has fucking told me.
Oh,
just to kind of role play this.
she's keeping it to herself for now, but she's like, in her mind, she can't wait until she gets like to use one of the big patches, like the rowboat or whatever, just to see the expression on her companions when she like tears up a patch.
You need a horse? Here. All right. Yeah. All right. So
Shall
we meet this So we meet this bronze elderly dragonborn at the front desk.
Yes.
Unless you had something else to do with that.
No.
So,
welcome to the Athenium. How may I help you?
hi. I'm looking to do some history research. I'm wondering if you can. I'm wondering I'm wondering if we're allowed to peruse your selections of historical stuff. He didn't say stuff, but can't think of the right word.
Terms and
yes,
whatnot. Yeah.
Yes.
The Athenium, as it says above the door, it is open to those seeking knowledge. It's not a library as such, more for those that seek to research. You can't take the books from here, but you are welcome to peruse them and study them at one of our tables or one of the personal rooms. Though we would have to charge you for use of one of the rooms. What subject were you looking at researching?
Warlocks and elven history.
Um,
Two completely separate categories, mind you.
I see. Warlocks. There's always the. I think there's a journal or two of some warlocks. I believe there's a dissertation on patrons, both fiendish and other.
Interesting.
I'd have to have. Elven. How far back Elven history are you interested in? The Feywild, or
it probably goes back a long, long way. Yeah, do you know about the do you know anything about do you know if do you have anything about the Sealy Unsealy court?
I'm sure we have some general books on the Feywild that might mention them.
That may.
And planet travel in general, which may be of interest. If you're looking at it from a broader perspective and the planes in general.
Yes, that may
Though we did some intensive research on the planes after the Dark Ascension and the arrival of the invader gods, and just the query was how they exactly got here. We've discovered that travel between the planes is actually sealed off, so we still haven't been able to understand why or how they got here. We know that the travel between the planes wasn't always sealed, though, because she indicates the elves came from the Feywild.
Yes, and yes, and of course there is also the more recent thing of where the cartographers managed to banish Rowan.
Oh, that's not a question. He's been sealed within the divine veil itself.
Oh, so he didn't actually travel. He's like stuck halfway.
Basically, his energy, his being was tangled up in the divine veil.
Anya raises her hand and like, excuse me, you wouldn't happen to maybe have any information tomes or books about magical artifacts of the ancient civilization?
She frowns. Roll a just roll a d20 for me there, Nord.
Yes. Don't fuck me, Gil. That's 12.
She frowns and goes, I believe he had a journal written by, what was his name? Alden Irvin Bay, the founder of Earl's Bay.
Yes, please. I mean, would I be allowed to have a look at it?
It's very old. I'll see if I can find it. And you, Sir Warlocks and Feywild, Sealy and Unsealy Court. Roll a d20 for me.
Me.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. 19.
She frowns, walks over into the stands of books. Comes back bearing several volumes. Puts them down, goes back into the stacks again, all the way back. If you follow her, you'd find that the books there are incredibly old, many of them damaged. And she mentions that many of these books are pre-fall, so they're not in the best condition. There was a terrible disaster, and we don't have a lot of records from that time. Richard runs her fingers along the spines very gently, very carefully, bends down, pulls out a slender volume, hands it to you, Tanya.
Ooh, she takes it very gently, carefully.
Now, looking at the cover, you see engraved in it, very faintly, though still visible, a symbolic representation of one of those dodecahedrons.
Yeah. Her eyes immediately flares up like, oh, this is exactly what I need.
Upon opening it, you see the pages there, and you know what information is there. But you recall Bastian saying that the language he speaks now is not the same as the language humanity spoke pre-fall. You cannot read it.
Would there be like, could I have a sit down with this and study it a little bit?
Certainly.
At this point, Varys says, at this point, Varys asks for a private room.
That's not an issue. That'll be 10 silver. She brings you back to the books she brought out. Shows you one is this one, I believe, discusses the differences between the Sealy and the Unsealy Court. This one discusses the differences that of patrons and their expectations and the relationship between warlocks and their patron. This one is a general reference material for on the planes itself. And picks them up, leads you to one of the side rooms, pulls out a key, unlocks it, opens the door, proceeds inside and puts the books on a table. Large room. You find that there's ink, parchment, writing implements to make notes with that they provide as a part of this service.
Perfect.
So we'll leave you guys there. Vanny, Jadis, what are you doing?
I'm going to presume that, as I was not here last week, she's basically spent sorting out the costumes, making a couple of changes depending on sort of like kind of.
Okay.
And just generally sort of like kind of going over routines, who's doing what.
Yeah. So you're talking. One moment you're standing there talking to Roger St. James about alterations to the outfits, the costumes, what you want repaired, what you expect. When his young assistant Jacob comes up, says something, whispers something to him. He looks at you, goes, "I'll have to leave you with Jacob. I've got a slight emergency that's cropped up. I'll be right back." And he leaves the building, almost running as he goes.
So I kind of cocks her head to the side slightly. Does not seem like one to run nobly.
Oh, he's quite fit.
Maybe. So, alterations. We have had a few of our younger members with growth spurts.
We can make new outfits. We can alter the ones that are there presently. Whatever you would like, ma'am.
But also, I have had the idea. Do you have cloth that holds magic well?
He smiles. Most definitely. Though it is pricey. And there's a predatory glint in his eyes.
How much?
We're talking hundreds of gold compared to a bolt, a full bolt. Depending on the quality and what sort of material you want, could run anywhere up to, start from about 100 gold per yard.
I won't need full bolt because this is idea, and I described the sort of like kind of what she's after is basically kind of making almost like kind of butterfly wings attached to sticks that they would hold in their hands. I showed you the pictures for the for the thing, Isis wings, and it would basically be a diaphanous kind of material, see-through, with lines of this sort of like kind of magic imbued that can hold magic as a sort of like kind of trim line for the pattern of the butterfly wings.
So, as you're talking, he takes you over to a desk, opens, pulls out a sheet of paper and quickly draws a design as you talk. And something like this, you mean? Basically, you want it to be a see-through cloth attached to some sort of rod or stick or whatnot that has these trim that can be imbued with magic. We can also do the imbuement. We have contacts down at the smoke and mirrors.
We'll be fine with the imbuement. It is not It is not a major spell, it's just to hold dancing lights, small lights.
Interesting.
Because idea is spell requires concentration, especially when changing colors and pattern. But can be too much concentration when trying to dance as well. If cloth is there with it already imbued,
It's
can just change with thought.
It's just an activation, yeah. I see. We can definitely do this. So you need one. How many dances have you got?
That is an excellent question. How many dancers are in my troupe? About 20?
I'd say 20 dancers and probably 5 to 10 bards for the music and whatnot.
Yeah, music accompanied. So 20 dancers, including myself.
Have you got a D100 there for me?
Of
course you do. Of course you do.
D&D Beyond, let's go.
Roll that for me.
Fine.
He jots down some numbers, thinks. D100, Venny.
Oh, D100.
Same thing.
9.
9. Denied.
He looks at you and goes, quick calculations, that'll probably be 900 gold, give or take, for the material. That's on top of the actual outfits. In preparing it to hold that enchantment.
I may have to run that by my superiors.
Possibly discuss that with Master Gillison as well, seeing as they're paying for half of the costs, I believe.
Hold idea for now. Just settle with alterations. I will bring this up. I will bring this up with the purses.
I'll leave you with that.
Thank you very much.
Looks at you and goes, would you like us to provide your troop with a meal? It's approaching midday and lunch.
How much would that be?
On the house.
That would be brilliant.
He leaves the room, goes and talks to someone, and not long later, we can, if you follow me, he leads you to a back room with a large table. Not quite big enough to sit the whole troop, but a meal is laid out on there. Basically, you killed Sid, but some people will be left standing.
It's one of those sort of like kind of grab a plate, go stand somewhere, just golf.
Yeah, standing room. And the troop settles in, has a meal, talking amongst themselves excitedly. You see Daisy off to the corner, a determined look on her face.
She's just happy to chill. There's no death, there's no excitement, it's all just the calm before the show.
Yes, calm before the storm.
She's gonna slip the lad a kind of couple of silver for himself for setting this up.
Smiles, nods, pockets the money. Well, I'll leave you to your meal. If you need me, just in the meantime, just ask for Jacob. Sir Roger will let you know when he's back.
Thank you very much.
And you are left to your own devices for a bit of downtime, food and whatnot.
Oh. For some strange reason, it's not letting me actually remove 3 silver pieces, even though I've got like 140 gold.
No. Remove 3 silver pieces, remove 1 gold, and add 7 silver.
Which you have to do in separate transactions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's a bit finicky. Imagine actually having gold this campaign to do shit with.
I know.
And having to pay for things instead of just getting a free ride everywhere like you were last time. Having said that, there was a lot more going on last campaign where you guys basically came in as such a major impact on such big events like the refugees, etc.
Mm.
It's very much a different beast.
Yarp.
Was there anything else you wanted to work on there, Betty, before we rotate back to the lads coming back from...
I did have an idea last night, but it escapes me.
Okay, I'll leave you to think on it and see if you can remember. Golda, you arrive back at the Opulent Rose to find it is still empty. No sign of Varys or Tenya.
Yeah.
And Jadis, you assume, is still busy with the tailors.
Right.
What do you...
Food.
Go ahead, dude. Yeah. I could do with a big meal. Both in and out of character. I'm probably going to grab something to eat after this.
Hey, that sounds... I'm not going to argue.
So you go up to Ben. He pauses. Pause your drink and goes, well, if you lads want to sit down, I'll organise a meal for you. Pokes his head
Fantastic.
into the kitchen, muffle conversation, and not long later, after a meal is brought out to you, and being the Opulent Rose and such a high class thing, he doesn't just bring a meal to you, he presents you with menus.
Wow. We're definitely not in a regular tavern. Almost keep forgetting.
Definitely not. Right, I'll have big lumps of meat and some ale.
Dwarven special.
He loves some meat on his meat with a bit of sauce to hold the meat together.
Now you're talking.
Barbecue spare ribs, like a lamb.
Oh, stop it. You're making me drool.
And then he's just described what's brought out to you.
Carnage ensues.
And
Both hungry.
it is probably the best meal you've had in your shipboard life. Your mum's a good cook, does amazing work in the galley, but it's a ship.
It's clear that this chef is an artist.
Has anyone here seen the Netflix One Piece?
Yes.
Nope.
Yes. Yeah. I was just thinking about that as a description.
Right. But yeah, well, I'll leave it there because if it's not shared by many people, I'll just leave it. Basically, there's a pirate cooking thing in that. It's a juxtaposition of what I was getting at. But anyway, yeah, Colwyn just goes for a decent sandwich and an ale to go with, and he's just kind of he's eating, but he's also cogitating, and it's very much some kind of half muttering to himself between mouthfuls. Plotting, trouble, bloody, not Kingsman.
Clansman.
That's right.
Thank you. And it's. I hope they're not going to be long. Starting to feel tetchy.
So you sit down and have a fine meal, relaxing for one, sort of tension for another one, for Colin as he mulls over his own thoughts of what's happened and what the future might hold. Varys,
Yo.
you find details on there, just what a warlock is, that the powers are something that comes from this contact, this what is known as a patron. It goes into detail on various patrons, stating that most of them tend to be from a entity from one of the lower realms, whether that's the abyss or the hells. Though it's not unknown for what is termed in the book as an eldritch horror to grant power to a patron. Can you adjust your sensitivity, man? I'll make you. There is mention of very occasionally a celestial being from the heavens offering patronage. There is no mention of, in this book, of a being from the. Oh, there is a few of. Sorry, I correct myself. Of several Fey beings acting as patrons. So, from the way they describe it, that is not how this being that has been your patron has become your patron has betrayed itself. Those that are celestial in nature seem to be more akin to what it has presented itself as. It does state one thing, though, that, and this is something that was said to you previously, is that the power comes with a price, and generally the patron has needs and wants that it expects you to fulfill, plans of its own, that it is a contract. Basically, they provide the power for a service that they expect you to provide.
Favor for a favor.
You reading on into the book, detailing information on the Sealy Court and the Unsealy Court. You read of the Bright Queen, and you glance at the Unsealy Court, but that's not what's interested you. You examine the Sealy Court in relation to hopefully getting some sort of information as to how it may pertain to this entity. And something, roll an investigation check for me.
Investigation check. Give me a sec. No, wrong page.
I fully expect there's going to be another 19 here, the way he's been rolling the last week or two.
17. Rolled a 14. It was almost a nat. It was almost a nat 20. It just veered off at the last second.
That's right. That's right. Reading into it, you read information on the Bright Queen and her court. It's potentially possible that they could fulfill that role, but reading it, their nature is a bit too inconsistent, a bit wild in nature, as is the nature of the Feywild. Then you find a short passage of trees stolen from Mount Arborea, one of the celestial realms that were brought here to grow. Reading on, you read that a sapling of one of these was taken through a portal by a group of elves at one point, along with its dryad guardian, a creature of the purest glowing white that tended this tree. That their entire nature had been changed by the mix of celestial and fey energy. That the trait itself was sentient, that this, and there was, with this bond between tree and spirit.
Sorry, one sec. What was the sapling taken by elves and what's the word again?
Dryad.
Dryad. That's it.
Tryad.
Yep. Yep.
And that seems to be the relevant, from what you can tell, it seems relevant and potentially a thing. Knowing the origin of your people and whatnot, and whether this is what it is or not, the only way you'd know is to ask, basically, at this point. Was there anything else you wanted to look at and inquire in that area?
Nothing on the realm, on the nothing groundbreaking
general
realms on the
general book from the plains. Okay, it goes into detail how there were several rifts when the Phoenix Fall happened. There were several rifts that were torn open into the world, and then they just sealed, closed. There's quick exploratory information on the various realms. One led to the abyss, one to the hells, though they don't state where that was. Roll an investigation check for me. In general, a perception check. Both. For different reasons. I want you to roll a perception check first. They're different reasons. No, you don't notice it. You won't notice it. It's fine.
No investigation needed then?
No, you will need the investigation. That was just to notice something about the book and how it was written.
$11 on the investigation.
It talks about how for several years these rifts were torn open due to the Phoenix Fall and the eruption of ether and the chaos of the magic. It's assumed that they, once that settled, they closed. But part of the dark times were caused by the emergence of creatures that were not natural to the world. Elementals, lesser demons, they weren't big portals. They weren't, you weren't getting ancient elementals and demon lords in. But part of the devastation that occurred from the Phoenix Fall was due to these imbalances caused by these rifts in nature. It talks about how heat waves hit the southern parts of what is now Solsgard, storms south of between what is known as the White Waste and Solsgard now, landslides in Saisei, tidal waves striking the coast where the dwarves now live on the western side of the continent. What happened elsewhere, you don't know. The author doesn't go into it. He mentioned, as I said, he mentions that a gate to hell, the 7 hells, and or was it the 9 hells? I can't remember. The hells and the abyss occurred very close to each other. Later in the book, it mentions that there's one line goes, "It looks like he has handled it."
Any reference on who the he is?
There is none. It's more of a observation. The book's more of an observation of these events at the Phoenix Fall and the impact of these rifts and the interaction between the planes and the Phoenix Fall event. Where the location of those gates to the lower planes was, there's no mention, even remotely. Was there anything else there?
I want to do something with Tanya quickly after her thing.
Okay, so
Maybe
we'll switch to Tanya real quick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tanya. Roll an investigation check for me. What were you thinking anyway? Because how are you getting around the language barrier?
The first thing she wants to do is as she has different by this point different experiences with anything from the old the ancient world.
So
she will try to do a quick ritual spell, a detect magic on the journal.
You do a detect magic on it. There is a very faint aura, protective in nature, to preserve it. Other than that, nothing.
Okay.
Roll me a straight intelligence, because it was something that Shepard and Bastion said that they were going to do with you, and they might have started. Whether they did or not will determine what goes forward here, unless there's something else you've got.
That is a 22, actually.
Very briefly, before he was lost to you, Bastian taught you a little bit of this language because he, as Shepard stated, it was the first goal they had for you is learning the part of the thing. Going over it, the last thing that you can see on the last page, you realise that outside that one page towards the end, these few pages towards the end, the rest of it is too damaged to read.
Mhm.
And what you can make out from what they've said to you is in your DMs now.
All right. She'll take the time they have here because I'm the time they're sitting there. She'll grab some parchment and ink and just like copy down everything that she understands and then also some of the parts that she can't understand. She tries to like copy it as best she can.
Yep.
Even though she doesn't understand it, she can like still try to copy the writing and setting up the words and stuff.
Oh, ancient monks were mostly illiterate, but their copying was point.
Yeah. So that's what you get from that, man. I don't know if you had a look at it, but that's in your DMs. Was there anything else? Any questions, thoughts you had from there?
Well, I haven't managed to read through it yet, but okay, sorry. Yeah, she's reading through it. And she's muttering to herself, like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Fuck. Yeah, and she, like, closes the book gently and sets it aside, goes through her notes one more time, just rolls it up, stuffs it in her coat, in her robe. I'm like, I'll look more through this later. So, Varys, find anything useful?
Oh, a little more on this unseelie court and who my patron might be. I wasn't expecting to find much, but yeah, cool.
Okay.
Do you show him the book at all? Any of the books? No. Do you show her the book at all? Sorry, or either of yous?
Do you show it?
I don't really show anything unless you unless you're going to ask. Oh, so what did you find out about this or that? I'm not. I'm just going to keep my research to myself.
Okay. She takes out her parchment again, and all right. So this is what I could. I'll just copy it and send it over as well.
Yeah. You've obviously translated what you understood there to
yes, yeah.
human.
So this I've translated as much as I could understand from this book, but hang on, well message, but yeah, and she hands you the parchment of what she copied down. This is as much as I could understand.
Weird. I was looking at the planar riffs myself, and I was just thinking I should also go back and have a look at stuff related to Bastion. I've been so preoccupied with my own stuff, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Keep reading.
Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Bear? Steal from local farmers?
Honey?
Really? This is relevant. This is recent.
This journal is old.
How did they? So what happened to us has happened before.
I believe it's the same bear, mate.
And
was.
Was.
Oops, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
So
I look forward to hearing about this when we get. So, what did you guys do today?
sorry.
They tell us.
So Tanya, you show him the book. He mentions the portal, the planet book. He was talking. He'd been reading literally at the same time. That mentions very similar sort of things from another perspective.
Well,
As-
there's a lot of similarities here.
Do I recognize the language in the book which she couldn't read?
Nope. Nope. The only one that would have been able to read it outright was Bastion. Or another Warforged or someone else from that era. It is a lost language.
I believe I should show this to the rest of our party as well.
Yeah. Well, I guess we should head back and get some food. I guess we should head back, get some food.
So you start heading. So you guys start heading back to the Opulent Rose, pack up your things, return the books to the attendant, to the scholar. He smiles. Thank
you so much. It was very educational.
I'm glad your research was helpful.
It was.
All right. Although what I've also done is I've also written some journals based on recent travels and such. I've been like jotting down little bits as I read other stuff and take notes and whatnot. And so so I offer these journals to the Think Dragonborn, saying, I know this is just a splash. I know this is just I know this is not much, but these are my recent observations.
She smiles, takes them, flicks through the first few pages. Maybe add these to our collection.
It was my intention.
We thank you for your donation, sir. All knowledge is relevant.
What was the guy's name again? Whose journal I had read? Earl
Denovan Bay. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, because he's the one who the city was named after, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
So you head back towards the Opulent Rose, and we will flick back to Benny.
After lunch and kind of finishing of the alterations, she and her troop are going to trudge back to the Rose.
It's been a day.
It's been a day.
Was that a Liam reference?
No, it's a Benny and Ash reference where we said the exact same thing at pretty much the same time.
Oh, right.
We've been doing it since we first freaking met. It's been creepy as fuck. But also,
So you both, everyone makes their way back. The troop, Colwyn, Golda, finishing up your meal, you see Benny and the troop, Jadis and the troop coming in through the door, tired, most of the crowd excited. A thoughtful look on Jadis's face.
Oh, it is nice to see everybody. How is everybody?
Not bad. It's been an
It's been a
interesting
time.
day. Hey, what he says. Go over here, lassie. Get this lassie an ale, or whatever she's drinking.
House wine would be fine.
Would that be a red or a white, man?
If you've got catnip, that would be brilliant.
He goes, brings you the bottle, presents a cork to you.
Takes a kind of sniff and is like, yep.
Pours you a glass.
Thank you.
Leaves the bottle on the table. Would you like me to leave the bottle with you?
No, just one glass is fine for me.
Okay. Would you like us to prepare you a meal as well?
Just a small one.
Anything in particular?
And sandwich if you have.
We can do. Goes out, starts preparing it. At this point, door opens. Tenya, Paris walk in.
He's rushing in.
You guys have pretty much run the entire way back, haven't you?
Yep, she has, and she like runs up to the table where the rest of the party is gathered, and just give me a quick moment here. I'm just gonna copy this over and go to my notes. Journal, and then add in this part. Yeah, she runs up to the rest of the party and basically slams. It's in my my notes. Yeah, slams the parchment of what she's been able to copy down on the table. I'm like, guys, have a look. I found this in an old journal by Earl Donovan Bade.
Right.
Have you?
What?
Did you copy down the original kind of language in the parts that you couldn't actually translate?
I did that in a section. I took. This is like one of the parchments. I have several parchments, but this is one parchment of what she had copied over and translated to common.
As I said, the majority of it was damaged. This is basically all that was legible and undamaged. Yeah. It was ancient, and as the scholar said, there isn't a lot of documentation remaining from the Phoenix Full event, just from how devastating the event was. That so much was lost.
What do you guys think of that?
I'm sure it means something. It's not exactly my forte.
No. Read.
He looks at her very slowly and says, "You might be here a while."
Can't you read?
I can. It just takes some time. the majority of the work that I do in the life I've had to live has not allowed for, well, you get the idea. I am, however, very good at putting models together.
Okay, so she then, like, for his benefit, she reads out loud what she had noted down, jumping over like the damage sections.
Mm-hmm.
That's all there is.
This is everything I could translate.
You have stuff that you couldn't translate?
Well, only bits and words, not really much of. Maybe it would help if I would understand these words. And she like puts down a smaller parchment underneath with like some of the words in between that she were not able to like translate.
Jadis is going to reach over, place her hand on the parchment, and cast Comprehend Language.
A lot of it is just times and dates. There isn't a lot there. Basically, it talks about the. It's a brief excerpt talking about fire raining from the sky, something watching a line of fire emerging from over the horizon, and then falling back to the ground, and then rocks and clouds of darkness, an explosion of blue light rippling out from that point, buildings being destroyed, trees being stripped of the leaves, crops withering and then blooming, and just really odd sort of things. And then
relay that verbally.
All right. As far as this goes, Varys says, so do any of them sound like this stuff? And he lists all the stuff that he heard about things that would come from the things like a heat wave hit Solsgard, landslide in Say.
This is you gave this a first-hand account of the Phoenix Fall event from someone that was lived through it from a great distance, obviously.
Sorry, I interrupted.
No.
She was just sort of like kind of muttering in wonder, the survivor. That's all.
But guys, the bear must have been ancient.
Do we still have the bear's core?
Nope.
The bear's core got stolen. All right.
Yeah, it got stolen.
Hang on, wasn't
all the cores we had were stolen?
Wasn't the bear's core put into your construct?
Nope.
All right, never mind me.
I had my own core made for my construct that I had been working on a long time before our adventure started.
He's got the Stone Age version.
All right, all good.
I'm reinventing artificing here.
Oh boy.
So what are we thinking here, guys? What are you doing?
Honestly, at this point, I'm thinking I need to eat. Because, take a break because I can feel my brain.
It's 10 p.m. Let's. What do you want? 15, 20?
20 if that's all right.
Okay, that'll be fine. A little bit longer if needed. Let me know.
Will do.
I'm going to be off headset so that my ears can breathe from this damned heat.
Yes.
Far.
All right, guys. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. That's 10:20 p.m. for those of us here in Brisbane or whatever that translates to in your time zone.
Little.
I don't know.
We're back. A minute early, but we're here. So, is there anything that people wanted to do specifically now? Ball's in your court, everyone.
I'm going to mention something to do with. I'm going to. Varys is going to bring up a tenuous link. All right, and so it says, all right. So we probably killed something which was defending a portal or something, or defending the lands from a portal-based thing, because the weather. Because when I did research on what happened when the plains were last opened, things like heat waves and landslides and tidal waves happened. Those are all weather events, and for the past 20 years, we have had it's been colder than usual. And 20 years ago is when the bear went active. So something has been so that means there was most probably portal activity. There was most probably rift activity about 20 years ago. These rifts, it's only because these rifts which we thought were sealed, they're letting stuff through still. We've got problems on a global scale.
As it says in the journal, it's the rifts that he has contained but not sealed.
Exactly. And it's strange because when these rifts open, we know certain things happened. And we can, and there's a fair assumption that these rifts. It is thus a fair assumption that these rifts have been active in the past 20 years, at least 20 years ago. I don't know. It's all troublesome at the least. Troublesome at best. Troublesome at the very least.
It is.
What can we do about it?
If we can get the core back. If we can get the core back and maybe you can interact. If it's a long shot, but if we can get the core back and maybe you can interact with it like you did with I always forget his damn name.
Shepherd.
And you can interact with the bear's core like you did with Shepherd. Maybe we can get some answers that way, but that's a long shot and a long way off, given that we know nothing about
You
where
want to try and retrieve something from somebody that we don't can't track and completely decimated cartographers. Sorry, but I am not up for suicide mission.
Well,
I just said it was a bad idea, but what?
I like what you're thinking, but that might be a long way in the future, friend.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. It's not something we can go out and do. Oh yeah, we'll do it now. It's something maybe we have to look at. Look at in the future. Can we do that? Hey, this has happened. Maybe we can go back to that plan Varys had ages ago to try and get some answers now. It's just something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind if the opportunity arises to do it, maybe.
Which I suspect will be not soon.
Yeah. I don't expect it to happen anytime. I don't expect this option to be feasible anytime soon, and I also don't want it to be feasible anytime soon, given the nature of the adversaries we'll have to face for it.
It's just one thing after another.
Yes, we call it life, but this is something more here.
So, my business for the time being is concluded, and we do have the option of checking certain details with people within my organisation where relevant. But I guess my next question is, how shall we proceed? Bearing in mind, of course, we have to leave space for Jadis and her troops' work.
Well, aye. I mean, thing is we've got to pick up our outfits for and new clothes tomorrow. I don't know what else we can achieve in this town, to be quite honest. We seem to have concluded what we needed to do. So
Almost.
perhaps just prep and get ready. By the way,
Yeah.
going
So
part of the way up the river is more than feasible. But I need to get message to Greg Orson to book a boat. There wasn't too much gold really to get us all up the river. It'll save us time. It'll be safer, and we can get a lot closer to Dune City by doing this. So I think it's something that's well worth doing. We can transport, carts and horses on the bigger barges that he owns, but he needs to know so that he can get the other barge up here. I would suggest that we do it. I think he said it was about 20 or so gold to get
40.
the whole of us transported.
Out of character, 40.
40, was it? Right there. Aye, about 40 gold to get us all a long way up the river. We can. It's just a lot better option. I would say that we take it. I would say that we get everything all packed up and ready so that we can grab our clothes and be on our way as soon as possible. Because I'm now sort of dying to get up there. But obviously, we need to wait for our new fantastic outfits. I know I do. I don't want to turn up to a conference looking like this. If it's going to be a swanky affair, I don't know about the rest of you.
That is good plan.
Okay.
So as far as that goes, how do you guys travel with your stuff? I mean, you got it. It's all sorted. You managed to. You managed to find the thing and return it, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
What was that?
there was the one thing. I had idea for a bit of flair in our performance. But it will cost a little extra.
A little extra.
How much extra?
What was it? 400?
900.
900 gold.
900.
It'd be 450 from the Gillicents, 450 from the Bards. The agreement was half for the outfits, I believe.
Goldust snorts into his beer and he's now wiping it off his tunic. How much?
Spell imbued cloth is, or not so much spell imbued, but cloth that can be imbued with spells is pretty expensive.
There's a lot of prep work and whatnot on it.
No shit.
Especially from the meterage, it would be required for the 20 people.
Granted, I am only after. I suppose it would be better to have a full bolt just in case.
Yeah, it'd also be nice to have a private army, but we can't afford that either.
All right.
I am fully aware of that. I'm fully aware of that, Colin, but this was for Bard's Guild and Mr. Gillicent.
Okay.
Not
sorry.
Or as far as this goes, Jadis, I'm not willing to make that call. But I'm not willing to make the call. We need to send a message. We need to send a message to Carrick. You need to sell him on this, not me. This is this is way above my pay grade. Way above that cost.
This I am fully aware of, but I have no method of contacting him. You do. You are.
We'll send a We'll send a messenger if you can write out a scroll detailing it. We can send a messenger. Although as far as this goes, you may want to check with your guild before spending that much as well.
Don't worry, I have message already penned. One for you and one for the guild.
Yep.
If I can make this work, the Dancers Guild may actually it may be useful, but as far as I'm aware, idea has not been...
Roll a d20 for me, the two of yous. Just straight d20.
Yes, because my rolls are actually kind of really good these days. 16, not bad.
Nice.
Who?
Oh dear.
Surprising. You know this is going to take a few days to get there. You also aware that Jada said the outfits for the troop are going to take at least a week. That's including if they make the advanced alterations you wanted there with this spell wrought cloth. 2 days later, you send a fast messenger. Actually, going, Jadis, you remember that... sorry?
Oh, sorry. I was going to say I'd need a quick word with sort of Colwyn.
Yeah, give me a moment. Jadis, Colin, you remember... The group remembers basically that when Roger St. James wanted to check the guild, he mentioned being able to send messages through a medium working at the Smoke and Mirrors. Pursuing that lead, you contact them and they instruct you that yes, they can send messages via magical means to certain individuals there, and it is faster than Parcel Express, so it does cost 5 gold a message. They can't send it to someone they don't know, though they do have certain individuals in major cities, the various keeps of the lands, like Dune Keep, Dune City, Dragon's Watch Keep, I think it is, Soul's Guard, Sentinel Keep, Shadowbreak Keep. So it is possible to get a message to both the Bard's Guild and Uncle Carrick almost within the day.
Is Varys told this?
You were there when Roger St. James, when you came to the Crownsman, suggested that this be done to contact the Bard's Guild when he was actually talking to you. And you said, yes, I've got the contract right here. And he said, oh, well, don't worry about it. We don't need to worry about that, Jacob.
All right. As far as this goes, it's interesting because if this message is sent, Varys is going to tag along and ask the Smoke and Mirrors guys something.
Okay. You come in to the thing. A young gnome. Sorry, not a young gnome. Grey hair, scrapely sideburns, bald head, big nose, looks up. I'll put his name here somewhere. No, I don't. Never mind. Looks up from the thing. Yeah, what do you want?
We're here to send some messages to some messages. One of them needs to go to Dune. One of them needs to go to Dune City. Another needs to go to, and then Ferris looks over at Jadis because he's not sure where the guild is located.
Either Bay or Summerford. Not Summerford. Salzguard.
Ellsbay, because that's the one that she's based from.
Yeah. He looks at you. Okay, it needs to be at least 25 words or less.
At this point, Ferris says, "Can you're going to have to be very very descriptive to try and." At this point, Ferris says, "Jez, this is your cell. Can you do it in 25 words or less?"
We can do it in over multiple messages, but it's 5 gold per sending.
Not the problem. What about images?
No, unfortunately, we are making use of the spell sending to contact compatriots we have over in other cities. Part of the cost is passed on to them.
This is fine.
And then Vera says, "Are we true? If we receive a reply, if you receive a reply to this message, will it be relayed to us?"
Oh, most certainly. If we don't receive one within the first hour, first little bit, we can notify you. You can check in. Are you staying somewhere?
We're staying at the Opulent Rose.
He nods. I know the place is up there on High Side. Posh bastards.
Somebody else is paying for it.
Always the best way.
I will give him the 10 gold for the spells.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Varus.
Oh, at this point, Varus says, and at this point, Varus puts up his hand, puts in half as well.
Nope.
Nope. It's already done. She's already handed him the gold. He can give him an extra 5 gold. He won't argue.
All right. So as far as this, because what Varus, because Varus says, I once saw this weird artifact, and I don't think it's going to be available.
Hold up, Sonny. Let me handle the young lady's messages first.
Yeah.
Sorry, one piece of business at a time. I'm only one gnome.
Yep.
I wish I was young.
And I'm just sort of kind of typing out the message, making sure it's.
Yeah. Wonders of the internet, people.
Should we just call it spellcloth?
Yeah, I was calling it spell cloth, but spellcloth's fine. Shortened version.
Can I just do the little colon thing at this point while
While they're doing that, we can sort of.
I sort of pull Colin to one side after a conversation in the pub and just go, Colin, do you think it would be worth maybe asking some of your interesting fellows that you know to just keep a wee lookout for Oleg round the town just to make sure that he really is gone, rather than.
That's not a bad idea, actually. And if nothing
'Cause
else,
they've
it's
got
good to
better
have the
eyes.
identity of him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
send a
we know what he
message.
looks like. If you can do that, that'd be great, because it's going to save us a lot of legwork, and they've got better eyes than us. That's just a thought I had, you know.
So,
You got it.
so at
Thanks,
some
man.
point over the next day or two, you pop into see the butchers there and relay a message in Thieves' Cant, asking them to keep an eye out. Obviously, after reporting to the powers that be, as it were, they are obviously aware of Oleg and his involvement. I believe you probably described him at that point. Did you? You did bring up the rogue sort of crownsman bit.
Yes, I did.
And she wouldn't have sort of been content without an explanation and description, etc. Anyway, though we didn't really cover that because I kind of kept it light and quick with how Colwyn and Golda intensive last week was.
Yeah. Sorry, it was just a quick idea that I had.
Yeah. No, it's a good idea, man. You got to keep your name clean. How we going, Benny?
Sent DM.
There we go.
I need to pay him another 10 gold.
Cool.
2 messages each way.
Hi, you don't know me, but I need you to spend a shitload of money.
Oh no, they know her. Unfortunately, with Sulfur gone, she is the
Yeah.
She is the
Your
go-to
leader of
for
this
the
troop.
troop.
You are the leader.
How does she get into these things? I blame Ash.
He sends it and goes. He looks at it. But you explain that one of them saw the Bards Guild. He goes, that one should be back in minutes. This actually goes to someone in the Mages Guild. There, and that's not too far from the Bards Guild. Pretty much adjacent on the university grounds there, really.
Cool.
As Jadis, you're obviously aware.
Mm-hmm.
Sure enough, 10, 15 minutes if you're willing to wait. Comes back. Simple message. As long as Jillison agrees. Followed by 2 words. How much?
Is there a question mark in there?
There's a question mark because she didn't actually put how much it was on there.
Good luck.
I essentially got the agreement there before.
It was like, wait, what?
Oh, dearie me.
So that
I'm so glad you're talking for this.
So am I.
Yeah, it's because I'm kind of worried and I'm kind of good bad. Because
the message goes back to the guild again there with that one, and you receive another message not long after. So mark off another 5 gold for that bit.
I've done.
Yep. And you get one back that it's basically ... It was just a long period of silence at the start of the message. As long as Jillison agrees. And you are aware that once it's done, the material belongs to the guild. Yeah.
As far as this goes, I'm kind of guessing the D20 I rolled was on behalf of Carrick. So
Yeah. As opposed roll, you lost.
oh, hell yeah!
Fortunately, he's got deep pockets.
Congratulations, then, Jadis. In future, if this goes the way we think it will.
Well, the thing is being a shrewd businessman that I get the feeling that this guy is, he will know that there would be other applications other than kind of pretty wings that this could be used for, if it works.
Yeah. You guys, waiting for the 2 messages to and from the guild multiple times. Eventually, a message comes back in from Dune City. Exactly how much? Same question that the guild asked. Wait, what?
Sorry, I'm typing.
That's it.
Well, technically, they belong to the Dancers Guild, but
Same sister guilds, they're basically same organisation. There is a long moment again as the messages travel back and forth. Eventually, one comes back. Agreed pending negotiations on further services.
she's basically offered herself up as part payment.
Ooh.
Right.
At this point, not long after that message was sent and you replied to it, Vanny, the gnome looks up and asks everyone but you to leave the room.
Yep. Right, how many messages is that? I've already taken 20 gold off, so...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be 25.
Another 25?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh, wait, no. 1, 2, that's 10 there, that's 20. Because you had to send that to both of them. Then for the guild is 5. Yeah. And another 5 for the 450. So another
It's
15, Penny.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm going to mute everyone. Deafen everyone. And do a quick thing here.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
You receive another message from the Bard's Guild. It's very short. I understand it's not normally our normal trade, but Lord Gillison requires us to provide protection for one of his nephews, or for both of his nephews. We believe that, and this is over multiple messages.
Yep.
We understand that you are currently travelling with Gillison Varus.
Do you have to kind of the confirmation on that? Because one word of yes for 5 gold is...
No, they are aware that you're with him.
Oh, right, yeah.
The last report is that you were travelling with him. And at Opulent Rose. You are to provide protection for him due to a rival organisation making attempts on not only his but his uncle's lives.
Like gives a visible grimace.
We would also like you to investigate who this rival organisation is that made an attempt on Lord Gillison's life. And eliminate them with all prejudice.
Sends a quick message back. I will hunt down the rats and make sure the pests are removed.
Gnome nods, sends it, and goes, hands you a scroll. Do you know how to use the magic scroll? He says.
I know how to use magic scrolls, yes.
He hands you a scroll and says, this is a scroll of magic memory modification. As per request of the guild, Bard's Guild, you are to use this on me to eliminate knowledge of all these messages. We pride ourselves on discretion.
With your consent,
Given.
she'll use a scroll.
And he smiles and goes, his face goes blank as you cast it and instruct him.
She'll wait until his eyes sort of like kind of unglaze, and she'll give a quick bow. I thank you for your discretion and service.
Most welcome. Remember, for the safety of your messages, whatever they may be, we are here.
Thank you.
Boopity boopity boop. Mutant people.
E.
E.
There we go. Everybody's back.
Yay. Cool.
So the gnome thanks you for your business and the coin, which you've paid. Messages sent, deals made, cloth paid for.
Stamp her approval.
Wow, I didn't. Wow, I didn't think Lord Carrick would go for that. But good on you.
This idea that has not been done, but if it works, it will be useful in all manner of things. Trade and negotiation being one of them.
So what's the word?
Before that, can I have a word with the gnome at the shop as
Mm-hmm.
well?
As you come back up, Jerick looks up.
Jerick?
That's his name, Jerick. Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors, here we go.
So I said, "Hey, Jerick, this is
Yeah, what can I do for you?
This is probably even out of my price range, but I've seen these devices which allow people to communicate over long distance, similar to what you're doing there, but I'm guessing these ones are like prohibitively outside of, I think, out of in my price range. My question is there any device which would allow us to telepathically communicate as between two people or a group?
He looks at you. I could enchant a stone with a sending stone that could do the same as what I've just done there. You'd have to know your intended recipient, though.
I'm looking for a way to communicate between to communicate with my group at the moment. It doesn't have to be like super long range. It could just be like short range ones at least. But I have seen them work at extremely long range, so
Well, as I said, I could enchant as he pauses, looks out, goes into the back room. You hear rustling, a key clicking in something, and he brings out a small box, opens it, turns it around, opens it, and you see small polished stones in there. These are sending stones. Basically, they allow you to use the same spell that I have been there to send messages to someone.
and these are single use only, or
No.
and even a novice would be able to use them?
No knowledge of magical items required.
Alright.
Basically, they're linked to each other.
Jadis chuckles slightly. Tell them how much they cost each.
Yes.
1,400 gold for a set.
A set of how many?
That's two link stones. This full set here in front of you, which is 5 stones, would set you back 5,000 gold.
It is nice idea.
Sorry, it's 8 stones there in front of you, not 5.
I was just thinking the math doesn't seem to add up on.
No,
on 5.
I got it wrong. I knew what I was intending, but I bloody.
Nice idea, but not something that. Not something for us.
GM be generous, but not that fucking generous. Jesus.
Basically, it'd be once per day using it, so it's not quite what you're looking for. But if you've seen something similar, it must have been that person must have had really deep pockets.
Is Varys by himself at this point?
Jadis is here.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is based on artifacts that cartographers have. A little earring that allows them to communicate.
Gindalun. He comes from a very wealthy family. My understanding from the tales I've heard, provided them with a lot of kit.
And so this is sending one message per day to another recipient for the stone.
Yes.
There is nothing which would give like short range telepathy to a group.
Not that I have.
All right.
Fair enough.
Yes. As far as that goes, I appreciate the offer, and I shall keep it in mind. But it does not seem to be exactly what I'm after.
No, what you're talking about is old magic. We don't have the means to replicate it. Very powerful, very old, and very expensive.
Well, I do
You know,
have
I don't think we realised in the last group how valuable those little earpieces were.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've got to spare 20,000 gold, I might be able to get you, 2 for you and someone else. But that'd be off the black market.
And we would probably have said family on our tail for them.
And that being the case, I mean, I'd require a memory modification scroll that made you forget, wiped your memory of where you got them from.
Apparently, those don't work on me.
That would be with your consent. The sale would not occur unless you
He's not there.
consented. I was talking to Varys.
All right.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, as far as that's, it's because Varys describes the communication he has between his and his familiar. He points at Millie, who's sitting on his shoulder, and then he says, like, for example, Millie can even communicate with you.
Yeah, well, that's a natural trait that beast's got, isn't it? It's nothing.
True.
It's inherent.
Well, as far as it is a workaround, I'll have to. It is a workaround I'll have to deal with for now.
Yeah, can't help you. Even if I couldn't, I wouldn't, simply because where I'd have to get them from, and my life wouldn't be worth living, even if I did wipe your memory.
Yeah. As far as that goes, I understand. It was a very, very, very long shot, but thank you for your information.
Glad I could help.
Well, as far as that goes, I had to ask.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't we actually try to get a hold of earpieces like that earlier on in this same campaign and got the same message? Like they were really expensive.
Yeah.
We knew that they were really expensive. We didn't know they were that expensive.
Yeah.
A small kingdom's worth.
It's kind of I don't think there's an item for it in D&D. It's kind of a custom thing, and something like that would be ridiculous. Artifact magic.
Then we were actually told that our chances of getting hold of them are nil.
Nil squared, in fact.
All right. As far as this goes, I actually have an idea on how we can do this as a group, but it requires me to find something. How much does Varys know about the bonuses he has to his Eldritch abilities?
You've just done a lot of research on it, so you've got a good grasp on what a warlock is now.
All right. So as far as that goes, Varys says, I'm wondering if you I have one last question, and I'm wondering if you know of any magic items which work with warlocks to increase their abilities.
Well, that's between you and your patron. I can't give you. I can't. You want me to crawl into the bloody hells there and wrestle a demon to tell it to give you more bloody power? That ain't happening. Let's go back to the earrings. That's an easier fix. And less likely to condemn me to hell.
Yeah, I was just asking. Never mind. I have these all fanciful workarounds in my mind, but yes.
Not quite all right. I mean, it's been entertaining, if nothing else.
True, my friend.
This sounds like a shop that I should have visited. I need scrolls.
I wish to make a complaint.
Well, smoke and mirrors has been mentioned several times over the last couple of sessions.
Yeah.
It's true.
Very true. No interest for Golda whatsoever.
Nope.
All right. As far as this goes, I'm just going to say this out of character to everyone because my workaround would involve an extra eldritch invocation, which allows me to communicate with Millie anywhere on the plane, regardless.
Yeah, but that's a racial class thing. It's not something you can share across the group.
Or as far as
actually, he can get Millie to come and talk to us.
Exactly. This is my workaround.
Yes. However,
but that's it. It's not going to happen. Sorry.
However, I'd like to point out that your familiar is actually bonded to you through your patron. Unless you're actually going to bond us to you and your patron as well, you can't actually put that into a stone.
No, he's just talking about communicating to us through Millie.
Yeah.
That's very acceptable. You can do that anyway. You can do that
Yes,
now.
but the telepathy that Millie has is limited in what it can send. It's more senses of emotions, images. It can communicate, but it is to more of a more complicated things. Is going to be harder for it to express. I think the telepathy range is like 100 feet from Millie, so you can already kind of do it. It's just to a more limited extent.
And also, I think it would be more like between you. It's not like Jadis could use Millie to communicate with Tanya that way, right?
No.
It would be through you basically, so it wouldn't work as the stones.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but you could get basic stuff, tactical information or whatever, just by an image and putting it in your head. Like, for example, watch out for those guys over there. There'd be an image that would appear of the danger, or just basic communication you can do very easily, like danger or duck, or stuff like that. You could do.
As far as that goes, Millie has 100 feet of telepathy, which can apparently the pseudo dragon can magically communicate simple ideas, emotions, and images telepathically with any creature within 100 feet of it, if it cannot that can understand a language.
Yeah, simple images and whatnot. Concepts. Like I said, that's basically what I said, man. 100 feet, simple ideas and images.
Like a very short text message.
Basically and bluntly, Millie can send GIFs and picture messages and emojis.
Pretty much.
She can't. She's not a mobile phone.
No.
Memes, almost.
A modern mobile phone, anyway.
Modern mobile phone.
It's not like it's not like enemy 2 feet to your left. It's more like danger nearby.
Yeah. Think of it as someone communicating in GIFs, basically, like Vinny said. It's the best way I've heard of describing it. So, moving on. What do we want to do? What are we thinking?
Jadis is going to be practicing. Jadis is going to be practicing with a troop with the new routine. While we're waiting for
you'd have gone to the shop and said that the wings were a go.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obvious.
Basically, you guys got about a week of downtime before everything's ready.
Okay. Oh, blimey! I'm gonna need a minute to think.
I think I'm going to go down the docks and book the barge, basically.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll start from the bottom because Colin needs time to think.
Right.
All right. Unless anyone else needs me, I'm going to spend time studying my book and or going back to the library and looking up anything. Not the library. The
Athenium. It's a library, man. It's just a
Athenia.
fancy name.
Yes.
The Athenium.
I will
It's
be
basically another word for library. It's just fancy.
Yep.
Anya will be spending time just regular tinkering with stuff. Nothing big and fancy unless I.
Did you want to do
remember.
some more work on your concept?
Yes, I do. A bit more on the design work, and maybe start on like the frame of the one-handed pistol thing.
Okay.
At which point during this week, Varys would also have at some point put his hand in his pockets or whatever, and found a note. Which would say something in the lines of it's finely worded as far as her charisma with the -1 modifier goes, but in the lines of simply translated, you owe me a spell scroll. It was a waste of use. I learned nothing. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll get you to do a tinkering roll. I think you got the basic design sort of started, the exterior.
Yes.
On your blueprinting.
Yeah, the blueprinting is pretty much pretty much ready. There's some nooks and
you've got
crevices
the idea of how you want the exterior to look as a final finished product.
Yes. So at this point, it's more about like before doing any more fine tuning on the actual blueprint. And now it's more about like starting on the frame, the actual frame of the weapon,
the actual architecture of it. So tinkering roll, proficiency.
Yeah, dexterity.
Dexterity plus
proficiency. Yes. So that is a dexterity plus 2, so that's 17.
Nice.
So looking at it, in your mind you strip back the layers of that weapon to the basic framework, and you start to draw out and get it. It's you start and restart and do it multiple times until you're happy with the result. You look at it, and then in your mind you can layer on it the final result on the design that you finish it, end up with there. It's a long, slow process trying to get the image that you have of the finished product and how you want it to look once it's finished. How to get to that point.
Okay. So, in her mind now, after this week of tinkering and designing, she feels all right. So she might actually be ready to actually start building the actual frame of it without without knowing.
She'll have to make a few more rolls for the actual mechanisms and the design properties as she goes along. But yeah,
but the actual physical body of it, she feels confident that she can build, but the rest of the fine mechanisms she will have to continue designing.
Yep.
But she can.
That is not a problem. You'll have to pick up resources here somewhere.
Yep. That is fine.
Okay, Jadis.
Yes.
How are you spending the week? You've gone to the Crownsman, told them that the approval's been granted for that extra additional spell-wrought cloth.
Yep. So, she's going to take a troop to a kind of like either probably just sort of like kind of a field out back somewhere
Mm.
where they've got room to practice.
Okay, I want you to do a performance check with at your proficiency to help sort of get it all together. Make it with advantage as a group.
With advantage.
Fortunately, looking at that roll.
It's not much better. But then she's sort of like kind of learning the routine herself as she goes along and incorporating ideas and stuff like that. They're bouncing back and forth of each other.
First day, it's a very solid session. You've got the basics together, but until you get that spellword cloth and the idea of it, you can't integrate the magical side of the performance.
No, but for kind of anybody out there, the dance itself is going to be a mixture of some of the Chinese fan dance routines and some of the belly dancing isis wings routines that kind of are out there. Isis wings aren't really used, and belly dancing still not really kind of much in the way of hugely competitive, and most of the choreography for it is not so much amateurish, but not at a high tier professional that you'll see some of the Chinese fan dancing. So it's a blend of the two.
Oh, isis swing dancing. Gotcha.
It looks amazing, especially when they kind of lower the lights.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at it now, and yeah.
Anyway,
can you imagine that with sort of like the dancing lights or the prestidigitation spell to sort of like kind of constantly change the color, constantly move the kind of spots of lights along the wings itself? The whole thing would be mesmerizing.
Anyway.
Yeah, sorry.
Feel free to look it up, people. Golda.
No. Yes.
You wanted to go down to the docks, talk to Greg.
Yeah.
To confirm that yep.
And when we want to depart, and roughly, I do talk to Jadis before then and everybody about how many carts there are, how much stuff we've got to transport on the boat, etc. Because you need to balance the boat out with ballast. So I talk to everybody before I go down about how much stuff we're actually taking, so I know. I'd imagine for like a troop of 30 odd people, there's going to be at least a couple of carts there.
Yeah, a couple of carts. There's going to be people walking still.
Yeah.
I mean, the troop itself will probably have a number of bags of holding between them, but they are the gilts for use during these sorts of things. They have to hand them back.
Yeah.
Anyway.
They are signed out.
Anyway. Oh, Mr. Darkfist. Welcome back.
Hey, how you doing, Greg? All well with you?
Yeah, I might have a quick run sorted out to Summerford, pending what you want to do. Otherwise, I've got a big contract I can take to Earls Bay.
Well, we've decided definitely to take you up on your offer. How much of a deposit do you need, sir?
Call it 5 gold. I wouldn't, if you weren't a fellow sailor, I'd sort of be asking for the whole kit and caboodle up front.
Well, 5 or 10, sir, for the deposit, because I think you said 40, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, here's 10.
It's greatly appreciated.
I think that's enough to secure it all, isn't it? So
yeah, that is quite all right, bosun.
Fantastic. And of course, my services are available all journey. Well,
that'll be greatly appreciated. As I said, I haven't charged for you or your crew under the power of your aid. Basically.
I'll enjoy it. It's a different kind of sailing, so I'm happy to learn.
Happy to have the open sea man on board. I know you're a rougher crew and that it's a rougher world out there on the open sea.
Aye, certainly is. Yeah, rough as a badge as ours. Anyway, but aye, I'm looking forward to it. Actually, I'm fascinated by the ship and how it's powered and all the rest of it, and how she handles, and you know, it's I've seen them down at Earl's Bay, but
You
never
the only one you
been
would
on
have.
one.
This is one of two that are powered by the device I showed you.
Aye, it's that's fascinating me.
I'm happy to show you the ropes with it if you want.
Aye, I think during this week, if I bob down, in fact, I might have a word with the laddies, and just go on this little trip with you, if that's all right. Just to
Well, quite all right. I'd enjoy the company. It's basically a
right.
cargo run. I'll be by myself otherwise.
Aye, I'll nip back, grab my things, and scoot down on here again. And by the time we get back, I'll have a much better feel for things, and we can get things going a lot smoother. Aye,
Quite all right.
there's a couple of carts, and well, about 35 of us in total. So
That's quite all right. The 35 people I could probably manage, but I can't manage a couple of carts and the 35 people, which is why
right,
we need the two ships.
aye,
I will get in
fantastic.
touch with my colleague and we
Aye.
will organise what we can. I'll finalise this contract for the Summerford run and
Aye.
see you here this evening.
Aye, I'll be as quick as I can. I'll run back up to the pub and grab my gear and tell everybody what I'm doing.
Well, see you soon.
See you soon. And he goes off with a lightness in his step because he knows he's going sailing. So he dives back to the pub. Right, everyone. And proceeds to tell them what he's going to be doing and what he's doing for the rest of the week.
And that sorts you, I imagine, Colin.
Yeah. There's a couple of things. I'm not sure whether or not want to role play or talk it out tonight.
Up to you entirely. Okay.
But I'll put sort of cards on the table first, and then go from there. One of the things would be that speaking more with Jack and Kitty about his religious revelations, and the other one relatively straightforward. Seeing if he can get any jobs or if there's any sanctioned areas for him to work in while he waits, or just to if there isn't, or what have you, just sort of trading on rumors.
Okay. So you make your way into. That's fine. Did you obviously make your way down towards the butchers to make a note that you want to make contact with Jack? A large man sort of is the one serving you, and he frowns when you say you want to talk to the boss. On conversation, you realise that this is a master butcher, and he dislikes people going around him to talk to the powers that be. This is his city.
So talk to the master butcher then.
But when you express divine revelation, he frowns, snorts, and has a quiet word with someone and informs you that your order will be ready that afternoon.
Much
As in,
appreciated.
time and obviously. Coming into the butcher shop, you are again led into the back to an office. Kitty's there for feed up. Jack's there for notebook, talking to the butcher. Mr. Mundus, how can we help you?
First of all, thank you again for this audience. I apologise to our erstwhile acquaintance here for interrupting his business, but...
No, it's quite alright. We try to leave him be to do his thing. We're only here. You've heard about the impending summit in Dune City.
Kind of hard to miss, yeah.
Well, we figured it's time for the Thieves' Council to hold its own summit here in Riversmeet, which is why we're here.
Logical.
You wouldn't be interested in handling security or scouting out places for a meet?
It's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, we know we can trust you. We're still sifting through the ranks as to who might not have been turned by this dwarf. We're going through the ranks to see if there's any shifty bastards that are tipping them off. We're operating under the assumption that he knew that caravan was ours.
Yeah. I'm still feeling narky about the Crownsman. But can't stop business just because the heat's in existence, otherwise no one would ever work.
Well, they've always had a presence in here, but internal security is one thing. A lot of their agents are abroad in places like Saisei and throughout the eastern half of the kingdom. They have a presence here, but it isn't a small one, not like ours. Having said that, they do have far more resources that they can bring to bear in a short time. If you're not confident in operating in the city with the Crownsmen here, I understand.
Well, I'll definitely have a crack at it.
We need somewhere different. Assume this, honestly, the recent incidents, why I want to find somewhere new, somewhere different.
Of course.
I'm assuming that Sir Roger knows our usual haunts.
Very possible. I haven't had any messages regarding pulling me into an alleyway and saying, "Where's my fucking box?" So, well, at least in that regard, reasonably safe.
Well,
but
the question
yeah,
is, did he know anything about the thing, and how much did he know of what Oleg was doing? Is Oleg a rogue agent, or is he someone that was hired by? Was his operation sanctioned by the Eastern Sector?
Actually, just as an interjection, Colin, we did sort of talk to Roger, and he was as pissed off as everybody else because he knows that Oleg's part of the Western Sector, not the Eastern, and he's pissed off that somebody's doing that kind of shit on his patch, basically.
thank you for the reminder. I did know kind of parts of that, but I appreciate the extra context.
Yeah.
According to what I was told and what I saw, that dwarf wasn't acting within his jurisdiction. So he was seemed surprised as we were to see him, traitorous little bastard.
I wonder
But
if we can get a sanctioned hit from the Assassin's Guild on Carnal. Kitty says he had a thoughtful expression on her face. Jack turns to her and goes, "Don't you even think about it."
If you're going to steal quail's eggs, you got to wait for the right time of year. If we're going to do something about Carnor, need to make sure time, place.
Opportunity. Can you imagine the chaos? So Kitty says.
Colwyn smiles. Yeah. But I don't want anyone who doesn't need to be caught up in any purges or sweeps or whatever is done. As soon as people realise that something's gone to shit, they're always an arsehole ready to put their boot down on some unsuspecting neck.
Yeah. Always make sure you got a scapegoat. Oh wait, they tried to do that to you, didn't they?
I haven't forgotten. In any case, if that's what you need me to do, I'll try and find somewhere suitable.
If you wouldn't mind, there'd be a finder's fee in it for you. That's our business. You wanted to talk to us about something anyway.
Yeah. And he reaches into his gambus and pulls out the arrow again. I mentioned this to you the first time we met, but there was more pressing matters.
You'd like to know more about the goddess. I'm a believer, but Kitty's the one you want to talk to about that. She's a believer. Calls herself the Paladin of the Dark Lady.
Maybe that's because that's what she is.
I've seen her do some pretty impressive things, but, again, like I said, she's the one to talk to, but about it, not me. Kitty in the corner snorts. Call yourself a believer. Offer a prayer here and there and an offering. And yet you walk in her grace and her shadow.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, this is directed at her brother.
Yeah, I know, but Colwyn might feel that by kind of pointing that out, that he's exacerbated some existing tensions.
Oh, I think Jack just smiles ruefully. It's obviously something that's.
Yeah. The limits of the player and the character come together.
Mm-hmm.
Subtext, what's that? Is that when you're a bottom that likes to read books?
Anyway,
yeah.
She goes and comes towards you and goes, I can give you some reading material on Fire if you'd like. Or I can teach you some prayers, or what do you want to know?
Start simple. I think some reading and some simple prayers. Want to make sure I'm getting everything right. The last time I did that, on the plus side, I think I amused her.
If you're bringing chaos and looking after those who can't look after herself, more than likely.
Still, I'd rather things don't get lost in translation.
She thinks for a moment, goes to a corner, and you see there's a pack there, a few of them. That you get the impression that day to day, Jack and Kitty are moving where they stay,
Yeah.
and this is their items. Goes into it, rifles through it a moment, brings us back a small book. This is mine. It's a holy text. You can have it. I can always get another one. But I think this is what you're looking for.
He nods slowly. Thank you. That's very generous of you.
Whatever helps you find the path to walk in the darkness.
Nods, bows, takes a ring of fabric and wraps the book in it, slides it into his jerkin. Just one last thing before I go.
Raises an eyebrow.
And he kind of picks up and gently taps the arrow wrapped in the cloak.
It's an arrow?
Sorry, I was just getting the words in order in my head.
Okay, sorry.
Well, yes. But, and granted, this might be not be your wheelhouse necessarily, no offense meant, but, and he kind of, for the first time in a while, since it's been around them, actually has a sort of a sly and confident grin in there. How do you think the goddess would feel if I was to use this to create a little mischief, a little chaos?
She'd laugh loud and hard. She loves chaos.
I just hope I get the flavour right. Nothing worse than gifting something that's a preference for, but it's off centre. But I've got a few notions. It involves goblins and minotaurs, and oh, so many lies.
Raises an eyebrow and goes, I look forward to hearing what it is.
Well, I'm sure you'll find out soon enough once the opportunity arises. Just one, almost forgot. Is there a place around here where I can get a book on goblin lore?
Pauses, thinks. My best guess would be the high side of Athenium might have what you're looking for.
Right. It's going to take me a while to read through it. I've gotten better at reading over the years, but I've got a lot of catching up to do. Are you there?
Too busy staying alive. Understandable.
Priorities. I has them. Walk in shadow.
Shadow's embrace.
Boughs and leaves.
Get out of here.
But yeah, I can kind of move this along. We don't need to linger too long on it because, well, I feel I've hogged enough times as it is. I don't want to.
Yeah.
That. But basically, his plan is to get a book on goblin lore and spend, while he's in between scouting for a location for the meet, he's going to be trying to read through it and get some useful info for a plan that he's cooking up.
Right, roll a investigation for me.
Out of character,
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone in the party have a positive bonus to investigation?
Pretty sure I do. Can I? If this is to do with the goblin thing, he's probably going to meet up with Varys at the He's probably going to meet up with Varys up at the Athenium.
Athenium.
Yeah. Investigation +3. Proficiency.
Right, I'm getting.
I've only got a +2 on mine, so.
Yeah, I was going to ask for his help because the investigation goes off intelligence. So at some point, I might need to see about, if nothing else, getting a small boost to that. So at least it's not the negative. So if he agrees to give me some help looking at some maps, some notions, would I be able to roll that
with advantage?
Thank you. It's that all right?
If you're getting Varys to help you with it, he can do the roll with advantage for you.
Yeah, please, Varys.
Since you are heading, this is for the goblins and whatnot. And he is at the Athenium most of the week, he said. And he'd certainly be there to help you. Effortlessly goes to the correct shelf, pulls out a couple of volumes and whatnot, points at the area and goes, this shelf, is to do with goblins. There's a small section.
Sorry, I just to be absolutely clear, when he's asking for, when you said the investigation, well, actually, yeah, the goblin thing you'd still need to do anyway. What would I need to roll for scouting sites? Would that be investigation as well?
Same thing. That's what I thought. That's what you were doing. That's what I was asking for. But then everyone started in on the goblin bit. So roll another investigation check. That 22 would have been for the goblins. You could probably grab someone to help you look around. I think, depending on what people are doing and how busy they are, as to who might be able to help you. Golder's out of town. He's gone. His ship sailed.
Yep.
And I'm assuming Jadis is practice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they'll have rest days in between because a lot of the dancers are actually just sort of like kind of apprentices and journeymen, so they've still got lessons that they need to do.
Yeah.
Okay. In which case, he's going to ask her if she's all right to kind of come around town and the surrounding area just to see about a good place for a meeting. So not like work, but it could be seen as just the two of them walking around together, talking about stuff and what have you.
Yep.
Right, so
What's
roll
Tanya doing?
get the both of you to roll an investigation check for me.
Okay.
Or you can have one of you do it with advantage on your.
I'm going to suggest that Becca rolls for it with advantage.
Okay. Basically, it's an assisted thing.
11.
Okay. Looking around, you find a. You check the riverside, thinking maybe an abandoned warehouse, maybe a boathouse, something like that. Then you think that's a bit obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Then you move to the what's the name of it? The merchant area. It's Windworks, I think.
How many people are for this meeting?
Dozen?
Windworks, yeah.
I think it's about a dozen out of character.
Probably. You wouldn't know the exact number of.
Yeah,
You
but going with
understand. You understand that major cities, Riversmeet, Salisbury, Summerford, Earls Bay, the 4 or 5 towns in Earls Bay that are similar size to Riversmeet, whatnot, 10, 20, 10, 15. Anywhere that's got a larger sort of population centre.
They sound
On Earth.
out there a bit, but you want somewhere guaranteed privacy, yes?
That's about the sound of things, yeah.
At the local brothel. It is not unusual for merchants to provide entertainment in terms of trade negotiation. Hmm?
True enough. And that'll be different enough. At least for the time being, not like they're going to go back there anytime soon.
At that suggestion, roll an investigation with advantage.
Oof. Fuck's sake.
Hang on, who has inspiration?
I
don't.
You can trade it. I'll allow trades of inspiration if the holder of it agrees. It's entirely up to them. Though I will let you know that wasn't a hard DC and you've met it.
Okay.
You do get a few. You have to resort asking around Jadis about brothels, and you get a few odd looks as you're standing there with this halfling. Before you get to the windworks, and a young man goes, "I've heard there's a place called the Shadowed Scabbard over on the west side," and he kind of vaguely points in the direction. But I don't know much about that, and then he hurriedly walks off.
Fellow seems twitchy.
Well, there
He
are
doesn't
plenty
go
of
far.
things.
And I think you got like a 15 perception there, Jadis. Passive. You see him kind of looking at you with a weird expression on your face, looking at the halfling, looking at you again, and just shakes his head and kind of walks off.
I give him a wink before he does.
Blushes furiously.
Yeah, my bunk.
Sweet.
And
Who'd eaten for
you have,
breakfast?
you have to ask around a little bit more, and you do get more weird looks before you find the Shadowed Scabbard. Tall, nondescript building, heavy curtains.
Walk in with all the confidence of a performer.
Okay. Hello there, how can we help you? Tall, mature woman. Still quite beautiful in a mature sort of sense. Dark hair, streaks of silver there. Still tight-fitting clothes, still showing that she is still very fit. And smiles politely.
I nod to my companion.
Sorry? Oh, yep. How can we
Steps
help the
forward.
pair of you?
I have a business proposition that I would
Well,
like
that's
to
why.
discuss in private regarding the premises.
Most certainly, sir. Come to my office. She leads you into a side room, heavy desk, beautifully appointed. Motions to the chairs opposite her. Now, may I ask your name?
Colwyn.
Colwyn.
Mundus.
Mr. Mundus.
Please, no, Mr. Mundus. It makes me sound a bit weird. Colwyn, if you please.
Colwyn. She holds out her hand. Kiri.
Lady. Kisses it, as is appropriate.
You rogue.
I do my best.
At least you don't deny your profession.
There are plenty more important things to lie about.
I was joking, sir. Now, how may we, pauses, smiles, service you?
I'm in need of secrecy and privacy for myself and my organisation for one night.
Okay. Who would this organisation be? And be sure discretion, obviously. But I, for myself, require information for the safety of my business.
He kind of leans back and toys with the onyx amulet in his hand casually. I'm sorry, go on. Yeah.
No, go on.
Yeah. Members of a new family and Jack, if you know him.
I know many Jacks.
Not like this one. I'm not talking about a Tom, Dick, or Harry.
No, you're talking about it. She pauses as she is about to say Jack. Her eyes widen. Bit of a traitor then, is he?
He has been known to work on occasion in many different places.
She takes a deep breath, holds it for a moment, closes her eyes and goes, so many people assume that we are involved with that sort of business and that he has some sort of hand, that they have some sort of hand in this. We are a clean operation, sir. Legal. And she
Indeed.
seems almost angry.
He leans in. Look, I'm not going to fuck you about or try and coerce you or whatever to do something that you're not comfortable with. We don't need any enemies. We don't need to be enemies. I came here with a proposal that, despite my profession, is as honest as they come. If you
I'm listening.
want no part in it, then
I'm
no harm.
listening.
As I said, for a night, I need to have a room for a meeting. Myself and a dozen or so others need
And
to
a
be
bit of
able to. Sorry, go on.
something that can guarantee your privacy.
Yeah.
How
many years have you been open?
How many years have we been open? I started here as a young girl. Beyond that, I couldn't tell you.
How about, he says, kind of leaning back again, putting the amulet back into his doublet. Celebration. 20 years of legitimate business practice, meeting the needs of the many patrons of
An anniversary, as it were.
That's the cookie, yeah.
Come with me, sir. Ma'am, if you'd follow me. She leads you back into the actual area. You see men with masks on or cloaks that hide themselves as you walk through a sort of bar meeting area into the back rooms, up several flights of stairs to a door towards what you assume is the top of this building. She says, "Step inside there, if you wouldn't mind, sir. Or ma'am, one of the two of you, and I'll have the other stay here. Then once you're in and the door's closed, I'll have you scream at the top of your lungs."
I can do that. She steps into the room.
Door closes.
She'll let out an almighty freaking cougar roar. Like, proper scream. If anybody's ever heard of a cougar roar, it sounds like a woman being murdered. It's freaking amazing.
Yeah.
She
I
does
think I'll
this.
put the willies up here.
She does this. You do not hear a word of it, Colin. The room is soundproof.
Well, I think you can definitely not put that on the brochure, if you take my meaning.
She opens the door and asks Jadis to make the sound again to whatever she did in there.
Mm.
She shrugs and does it again.
You hear down the hallway, "Oh my fucking god, what was that?"
I'll lean down. Apologies, just demonstrating. They've never heard the vaccine before.
Oh, now that is delightful in its obfuscation.
She paled. She didn't realise what sort of sound you were making in there.
It comes in useful when somebody needs motivation to leave well alone.
I imagine. You did this with the door closed?
I did.
She turns to look at you. Would this meet your requirements? No sound will escape that room due to enchantment.
I might make suggestion. I am sure this organization would pay enough for girls to have night off. The rest.
Well, of course, that's what the anniversary is for. Even working girls need a night off.
You would pay to hire the girls, and she kind of implies something else with the word, and the entire establishment for the night to cater to the organization's needs.
No, that is not what I meant. They would not need to provide that
She
at all.
pauses.
Strictly their time. Strictly their time.
She raised her hand and motions for you to go into the room, and takes you in, closes the door, puts her hand on it, says a few soft words. "We also are now protected from scrying in here. This room guarantees privacy and secrets kept. By hiring the girls in the establishment, I meant that so that no one would be here. They would still need to be present and an appearance put on to ensure the discretion and secrecy, I imagine, of the organization.
Yes, look,
we could put on an act for you, is what I am saying."
would be no need for them to act. I just meant that they would not
need to perform their normal services.
Yes, they would not need to work. As part of Dancers Guild,
but for them not to be here would draw more attention.
No, they obviously they here, as you said, kind of not.
I think we get the crux of what's being pushed at here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the feeling that, well, obviously I can't speak for every member of my organisation and their proclivities, but I think that's probably a good move. And it would be fitting if they were strictly escorted to their rooms to ensure that appearances were kept up.
That seems like a very good plan. We would be amenable to this, and we would be more than willing to negotiate a price. Do we do that with you or someone within your organisation?
I'm a representative in this regard. I will. I can't exactly say I'm going to be picking up the bill, but I will be making an assessment of the offer. We can get this mostly wrapped up now. So, shall we?
Give me 1 second. Do some calculations.
Yes.
I would say probably about a gold ahead. There's 20 golds here. For the night, duration of the night, I'd say maybe 100 gold plus another 50 for the rooms to make sure that the venue is secured solely for yourself and your organisation.
How about 135 plus a shipment of prophylactics and chemical enhancements for yourselves?
We don't do those sort of things here.
Of course you don't, but the customers do.
Roll a persuasion check.
Okay.
We're all keeping our fingers crossed for you.
Yes!
Yes!
She leans forward, leans back, arms crossed, chin and finger and thumb framing her chin, thinking, I had not considered chemical enhancements as a sideline. I'd be amenable to exploring this. And to making contacts to be able to supply said if they are of interest to our clientele.
Of course. Many eyes are opened.
She thrusts out her hand and goes, agreed, sir.
Did Colin just become a drugs baron?
Less of the B word.
He's that shady teenager on the side of the street that's constantly getting eyed by the cops.
Told you, it's just my demeanour. I'm dour.
So you've
Yeah.
established a
takes
potential point.
Yeah. And he takes the invoice for that. Says, "Thank you very much for your time. It's been a pleasure."
You're muted, man. Sorry? What did you say?
Hello? Hello, am I coming through?
No, not you.
Oh.
Triss.
is saying something in the background. I didn't hear him because I had both ears on.
And he's muted.
You're muted on Discord, man.
Okay, I'm trying to listen to multiple people. Right, give me a sec. Yes.
As far as that goes, I said that's what they strive for there when it said, "It's been a pleasure."
Oh, God, it was a bloody smart-ass comment in the background. Gotcha. Should have been made to everybody. Right. Right. That covers everyone. Is there anything else anyone wants to touch base on?
No,
Go to your microphone.
Can't think of it.
Janice is, like I said, she's mostly sort of like kind of.
Roll for me another performance check on your bit for another day of practice.
With advantage or?
With advantage, yeah. Same as last time.
24.
You get the performance down flawlessly. Once the costumes are finished, the last day of the practice, everyone nails it. Daisy especially. And she even helps several of the other girls correct a few minor problems with their performance. The bard's every note rings out clearly and perfectly.
And I'm guessing by this point they have regular kind of watchers on the side of the fences.
You are getting quite a crowd that comes down every day that they realise you're practicing to watch. Roll a d20 for me, Vinny.
They hold a kind of final pose at the end, and then everybody in the troupe just breaks into absolute cheers.
This final performance, they start raining down coins at you all. So roll a d100 for me.
$88.
You find 88 gold in total from the silver and copper that is thrown at you by this large crowd that is watching you. I mean, everyone, once one person does it, they all feel obligated to start throwing money at you for this amazing performance you've put on as the sun setting, the lights, the movements. It is just breathtaking. Every sound echoing the movements and uplifting it.
Wow.
Right. Drinks for everyone.
The crowd cheers, and then they realise you're not talking about them.
Hey, everybody, we're all going to get laid.
with 88 gold, yes.
So, do you head back to the Opulent Rose, or do you head elsewhere?
I don't think a lot of them will be comfortable at the Opulent Rose. So we go to kind of the local tavern, the one that all the actual residents.
So you'd head down to the Windworks and you find the Foamy Bolt Tower. It's not as fancy as the Opulent Rose, but it's the middle of the range, sort of in inns. It's well-to-do. It's solid, decent food, decent ale, but not fancy.
Awesome. We basically have a bash there.
So final night before you, due to this weekend's final practice, costumes are all done. Amazing work. Amazing performance. Royally rollicking drunk. Golda, you've only just arrived back with Jeff to find that there's a massive party going on at the Foamy Bell Tower.
Led
As
by
you're working
one
way
particular
through
tabaxi.
town.
Looks like there's some kind of bash going on up there, Greg.
Free drinks for everybody. And it goes
Somebody
through
say
town.
free drinks.
Colwyn, Varys, you already know about it. Are you there? Is everybody at this party?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, I'll be there.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I
guess
need
it's-
everybody to make a constitution save for me.
Yay!
Is it against poison by any chance?
The amount of alcohol available, that is not going to save you.
Yeah, but I get. Oh dear.
Roll
I
with
get advantage against poison.
no, roll advantage.
On con save?
Yep. Colwyn's fine. Oh, God.
I think I'm fine.
18.
Nice one, Tanya.
So you all drink
dear.
steadily. Jadis, after the first hour, is under the table.
There is a reason that she doesn't really kind of drink all of that much.
You literally have to stop her dancing. As you're watching, she starts dancing and starts trying to remove her clothes in front of everyone, putting on a special performance. Grapple
Pity metabolism.
Between the four of you, you manage to basically tackle her and drag her out of the inn.
Oh dear.
Right.
Class. I love
How
it how
much
the
was it
rest of
all?
us are all right.
We'll call it 20 gold for the party and the food and whatnot.
I'll take it out of the bag of holding. The
No.
No,
James has got it. But she just,
I hand over kind of 50.
Yep.
To the guy because obviously it's probably gone into the night. There's bound to be at least some scrapes and.
It goes through the morning. It is remembered as one of the wildest parties Rivermead's seen in years.
Bard's Guild's reputation must live on.
Did you survive the night?
Yeah, it was fine, thanks. No hangover the next morning either for me.
The rest of you are fine. Jadis wakes up midday. Oh, sorry, this is the morning you're meant to get on the barge and leave. And you're going with the morning tide.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Jadis.
Tanya, Golda, Colwyn, Varys, you know you're meant to get up. You maintain yourselves. You don't drink too much. You know your limits. You get a good night's rest in. Have your gear all sorted. You're waiting. There's no Jadis. Waiting. Still no Jadis.
We need to go and pick up the bed and get it on the barge.
Actually, somebody kind of hikes her over the shoulder and carries her off.
Yeah, that would be me.
I'm going to say for both amusement factor and fitting in with the character, Jada's only had one drink.
But what a drink.
somebody swapped what would be a kind of light gin and tonic for a straight gin liqueur.
I've been there before.
Tanya is just suspecting poor cat metabolism.
I've heard that blackberry gin liqueur is one, fucking strong, and two, really fucking nice.
Yeah.
But I personally can't drink it, so I tend to buy it for my nana for Christmas.
So
yeah, basically we get the troop and I wander on board with Jadis across on my shoulders.
Nice. Roll a constitution save for me there, as he's doing this, Jadis.
Vomit.
Oh yeah, I think that's par for the course. Yeah.
7.
Roll a dexterity saving throw for me there, Golda.
14.
You managed to not be wearing what whatever she had last night to eat.
And it's one of the reasons she didn't actually eat much, because that was her first drink for the night. Nobody could get anything.
No wonder she was hammered. But yeah, he will have fireman's lifted her basically, so that her mouth is pointing backwards and away from his armor.
And interestingly enough, you guys notice that her fur seems to be rippling, sort of like kind of pale green and yellows.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh, I can't wait to get back on the river again. Just feeling the waves.
Just finish that
and water moving up
sentence,
and down.
there will be pain.
The water.
She's still unconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is.
Anyway, one last thing before we go on. At some point, someone would have organised the carts and a horse or two to pull both. I'd say single cart. Cart with single horse drawn. Not
is it just the
talking
one?
teams. Yeah, one horse,
cart?
one cart. Plus, two horses, two carts, but one horse per cart.
The Bards Guild would have had basically a caravan master with them, who was probably incredibly sensible given everything.
So we'll put that down to expense from the Bards Guild, since I think they were keen to pay for their own travel due to the contract and the roles, which they know and they've provided.
Don't forget, I put 10 gold down as a deposit.
So Greg and another man, slender, smaller, comes up. Silver hair,
Vernon Nichols.
getting old. Greetings there, bosun. This is my business partner, Vernon.
Good morning to you, Vernon. Let me just put the wee lassie down here somewhere comfy.
You can probably take her down to a berth if you want.
Aye, that's probably a good idea. She's a little worse for the wear this morning.
Bit too much drink last night?
Well, I'm sure you might have tagged along to the party if you were about. Aye.
No, I knew I was selling this
fault.
morning. Maybe she needs a bit of the hair of the cat.
Hair of the something.
No, we don't need her chucking up hairballs right now.
We really don't know. And I take her down to the bunk and just sort of pour her out into the bunk and then come back up.
Yeah. And so because Farah says, "Look, I've seen people this violently drunk before. She needs to sleep it off. I can't do. There's nothing any medic or any priest can do. She needs to sleep it off."
Yeah. Well, there is, but you've got to make her suffer.
Actually, can I remove the poison?
If you've got the spell, yeah.
I can do lesser restoration. I can probably remove the poison.
I'd probably suggest that you do that.
All right. Sorry, I just didn't 100% realize. I say, hang on, I may be able to do something, and I go over and I cast lesser restoration on her, which removes poison, I think. I touch a creature and either one disease or condition afflicting it. The condition can be blind, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned.
And roll straight D20. Sorry, is it okay? That's fine. You go in, you cast lesser restoration. Fanny, that extreme queasiness and pounding headache that is building and threatening to wake you up vanishes. Jadis.
Literally, sort of like, she's still asleep. She just rolls over, curls up, and just starts purring.
Yeah.
I thought would be that then. Right.
Her fur goes.
Thank you very much.
Her fur goes back to this sort of like kind of mottled silver grey.
And there you go. That's the noise she makes when you do it.
Hi, Rogue.
Thank you, Rogue.
You have excellent timing, Kat. What do you want?
Speaking of, I was going to ask. I need to be right back.
That'll be pretty much it for the night, I think. Anyway.
I was going to ask. I was
Yeah,
going to
go
do
on.
something which we rolled straight over. With
Yeah.
and kind of involves Ed. So
Yeah. We'll wait for Ed to
alright.
get back.
All right. I was just because it's just that Varys was going to ask about what Ed's interest in goblins was.
I think Ed's AFK in.
He is. But yeah, we can wait for that one. Well, while we wait, I take it that's about it, is it?
That'll
Apart from
probably be it. It's been a bit of a session, different sort of
That's
session,
been a good,
bit of
that's
a
been
free
good
session.
fun session. That's been a good fun session. Thanks, Ash. That was a good one for before Christmas. Nice one, Vanny.
You are welcome.
You gotta love when you lean into those bad rolls.
I'm glad Tanya didn't roll bad on that Constitution. She would be like showing off her rifle to like every fucking person in that, like swinging it around, showing it off inside that party.
She'd have been doing that, and if she'd rolled low enough, she might have been taking shots at empty bottles.
like lining up bottles and like, let's have a shooting contest.
And if you roll low enough, you would have been rolling damage on people.
Oh yeah. Elbows for it. It would have been funny because if Varys failed that and started doing that, Varys might have joined you too.
Pew pew pew. Or maybe puts the finger out. Bang bang with the finger, saying the words.
No,
saying the words and firing off an eldritch blast. Bang.
All right, it didn't really happen, but it's really fun to imagine how it would have gone.
God, yeah. God knows what would have happened if Golden had got in there at full belt. Mass tavern brawl. He hits hard.
What cat?
Yeah.
It's like, how come other cats get to make sound effects on microphone?
Yeah. Well,
it's really weird because most of the other background sounds don't come through my mic. But if she's sat in the freaking corridor on the other side of the bloody room, you can pick her up.
Yeah, I never used to be able to hear her until you got this new headset, Benny.
Yeah, it's because it's a bit more sensitive, and cats' purrs and things like that are actually pitched so that it's very pleasant to humans. So it's right in our hearing range. It's an evolutionary sort of trait thing.
It's
particularly
mind control.
with house cats. Yeah, it's just that they found that they got better responses with a particular pitch, so your ear picks up on it more readily, so you can hear it better. But yes, Golder does sort of. He has +6 to hit with an unarmed strike and hits for 5 damage. So if he was absolutely hammered, he might have done a fair bit of damage to people.
I think Venny does more damage though because unarmed traits.
Oh well, quite possibly. But
yeah, I do.
5 damage.
1d4 plus whatever dexterity
plus
bonus.
3.
Yeah. So it'd be fairly similar.
11. Yeah.
Depending on how well she rolls.
Absolutely hammered. Oh dear.
What have you got for a plus hit?
+6.
I'm only at +5.
Yeah. My hit is +6. My damage is 5 for an unarmed strike.
What strength are you at?
+4.
So you're what, an 18?
Yeah, I'm 18 at the minute. Yeah.
So you'd be a straight 5, 1 damage +4.
Yeah, so just straight 5 damage. Yeah. If I hit somebody, I hit them for 5. There's no.
Damn, you're a beast. Bloody barbarians. And that's it. If that's depending on whether he's ranging, it adds another whatever to it.
It's a 5-foot reach for an unarmed strike, so...
Yeah.
Oh, no, as far as that goes, I believe it said raging, not ranging.
Oh, yeah, if I'm raging, it would be 7, yeah.
Yeah.
You'd probably be having way too good a time anyway. Just general dwarf dancing, it tends to involve a bit of punching.
Well, you have happy raging.
Yeah, happy rage.
Anyway,
oh yeah, I
was
think
there
they've all
anything
probably had a
anyone
long
else?
rest in there somewhere.
Yeah. Is there anything anyone else wants to cover in there while we're waiting for Ed to get back?
Sorry about
Never
that.
mind, he's back. Ferris,
Yeah.
you have an audience.
All right. It's all right. This actually happens before the party and everything. It happens whilst Colwyn it happens whilst
Goblin research.
Colwyn is in the library during research with Varys, and Varys says, "So, what is your interest in Sorry.
Goblins.
So, what is your interest in goblins?"
Well, goblins get around. They're everywhere. And if they can be persuaded to work for us rather than against us, that'll make things much easier. Let's just say I might have a way of doing that.
It would be. I think you're going to have a hard time turning them against the Minotaur, but it's a worthy goal.
Sorry, he's laughing character and then kind of puts hands over his mouth. Sorry, that was rude of me. I think that they hold a grudge.
I'm
But
sure
it doesn't
as
even...
hell they do.
Go on.
Oh, I'm sure as hell they do. Is his response to that? Nothing else.
It'll become apparent in time. But yeah, sorry. Let's get this.
So you get on the ship. Gulda, you're directed. You spent some time steering this, and Greg's like, "Would you like to take us out there, lad?"
Oh, that's very kind of you. All righty then. Forward hole. Alonzi.
Roll a d20.
Why am I rolling a d20?
No, he spent most of the previous week on and off being shown how to guide this craft. And
Yeah,
he is a sailor
that's why I did it.
with 30 or 40 years experience.
Yep.
And it's not the smoothest, but he's got the grasp of the mechanics of it down. And starts taking the River Soren and its sister ship upriver, which we never actually named, Jadis. I checked the notes there.
We'll let you come up with something over Christmas.
Yeah. Anyway,
I think you named it 2 weeks ago. A week ago.
No, I didn't.
No.
I've never mentioned the name of it, but no.
River Soren is the name of the badge. I'm pretty sure you sister ship.
Off from there, I didn't name it because I had to check it and I couldn't find it immediately, so I didn't bother.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you did name it.
No, I didn't, man. I can guarantee I didn't. That's why you don't have it in your notes.
I think it was a case of it was just.
I can't find it immediately. I'll have to come up find it.
Yeah, I think it was just always referred to as the sister ship. So, anyway, shall we do an MVP?
So, Colwyn, let's start with you, man.
I am going to give mine of a nomination for Jadis and her work and her antics and her play, but primarily due to scaring the shit out of someone with her caterwauling.
Yes.
Fucking A.
Yeah, I too am going for Vanny because
Yeah.
bits of that were fucking hilarious. They were absolutely fantastic. Loved it. Honourable mentions to everybody else who had a really good day. It was there was some really good fun bits there. So yeah, but yeah, Vanny gets it for me.
Perfect. Jadis.
I'm gonna go for Colin.
Yep.
Because that whole sort of like kind of dragging him into a brothel to start with, but also kind of with the Thieves Guild and everything in there. It was really well done.
Yeah.
He
Agreed.
thinks well on his feet, how Colin there does.
Which is fascinating because in real life, maybe not so much.
Tenya.
I'll say. I'll also say Jadis for scaring Cougar Growl. Very fun. I actually put up a Cougar Growl soundboard in the background just like for the effect of it for myself because I loved it. And the drunken stupor. So yeah.
Alcohol.
One last note there, Colin. I'll get you to roll a d20 for me. Faris. Who are you voting for, man?
I'm gonna have to go Jadis. I'm gonna have to go with Jadis for her negotiations with Uncle Carrick.
Yeah. Jadis, take your inspiration.
Yeah, that
there.
was good. I've forgotten about that. Good point.
So, Colin, add an extra 20 gold there for your finder's fee, man.
Thank you.
Awesome.
It's
Name of
like
the
the amount
episode. Congratulations, Vanny.
Yeah? Names. We'll start again from the bottom, going back in reverse order of what we just did.
7 Days in Riversmeet.
Okay.
I have no idea. I'm drawing a blank right now.
I've got mine.
Vinny?
Hoedown with a showdown.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Golda. Oh, sorry.
Screw
Was
that.
it Vinny or Goldon next? Sorry, Jadis. Sorry. What was yours?
Yeah.
Hoedown for showdown.
Hoedown with a showdown.
Down for showdown.
I'm going to just pass for the minute and wait to hear Ed's because I haven't got anything better than what Vanny's just said.
Yep.
The Hangover.
The Hangover.
Not quite as good as Vanny's, but I'm pleased with it.
Yeah, I'm going to just forgo mine and just go screw it. Vanny's Hoedown with a showdown. I like that.
Is that it? Is that correct how you would have spelled it, Vinny?
Yeah.
Done.
Pretty much. I don't know if you'll get away with that on YouTube, but
We'll certainly find out.
Yep. Yeah, guess my vote.
Same.
So Jada's inspiration and well done on the title.
thank you.
That is us out for this week. We will return around the 6th of January, pending whatever happens. So long, farewell. Thank you for watching. If you watched, the video will be up at some point on YouTube.
See you next year.
See you next year. Have a wonderful Christmas and a safe New Year, everybody. Remember, a lot of people on the roads, people are stupid. assume that every other driver that has no idea out there. Stay safe, folks.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
Alcohol in moderation.
Don't
Don't
be
be like
silly.
Jadis.
Yeah. As far as that goes, I was going to say, don't do a Jadis.
Or two.
Just don't drive afterwards.
No.
No kidding.
And